Hello everyone! Welcome to the stream. I'm not here alone today though. I don't have to face the hordes of chuds alone. Today I have Kevin Logan with me, twitch.tv/KFLogan1875. Hello.
Hello there. How are you, Hannah?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm very well. Surviving the snowstorm that is modern Britain.
Well, I hope you don't get trapped or anything. So, today we're looking at all sorts of interesting people, as you can see on my screen right now, being share screened as a lovely individual by the name of Lord of Patriarchy, whom we've covered before here on my channel. We're dual casting right now, by the way. So,
Yes. Go, everyone. I should probably repeat this. Yeah, go and follow Hannah Reloaded on YouTube and Hannah Reloaded as well on Twitch.
Yep, and like I said earlier, KFLogan1875 here on Twitch and on YouTube, just Kevin Logan.
Indeed.
So,
Basic. That is my name.
so I don't know, did we have any, I don't know, housekeeping things we needed to talk about before we got into it?
Well, just to say that you, Baha, and Lupine are my favourite trio of all time.
Oh, thank you. I
You
appreciate
are
that.
the cutest people ever. Baha will just come in and give you a hug, and my heart melts. It's too much.
That's so sweet.
Well, yes. Anyway, let's. By the by, yes. So, yeah. Other than that, though, we get on with chudding, I suppose.
Sure, we gotta counteract the niceness with some awful people, so let's see what Lord of Patriarchy is up to, shall we?
Yes. Well, I should explain. This is a little bit of self-indulgence on my part, because as you can see, that this is a Lord of Patriarchy video entitled "Well, Kevin Logan won." Naturally, that speaks to me because it's literally me. My lore with Lord of Patriarchy goes back to when his original channel, which was War Corps 666,
Okay.
which is an amazing name. It got taken down because he's an awful person. Also, beautifully, he once on that channel had to apologize to the state of Hawaii because he called them a pile of S or whatever, and he got picked up by the local media, and he had to put out an apology to a State of the Union.
Wait, what?
Which is, yeah,
Why did he call the entire state of Hawaii that?
because he's an awful person, and they did I think they passed some liberal thing. I don't know. It could have been anything. It could have been a trans bathroom thing. It could have been just a general fu to Hawaii, and it got, like I say, it got picked up by like a local paper, and then it went on the TV in Hawaii or something, and he got a lot of blowback from the great denizens of that fine state. And yeah, he ended up having to put out a video apologizing, not to like the people, or anything. He apologized to Hawaii, which is mind-blowing.
If I ever end up in a situation where I have to apologize to an entire state, I think I'm gonna retire. I think that's it. I think I've failed at that point at whatever I'm trying to do.
He's a special person. He really is, and he has a special place in my heart because he's the first person who ever responded to me on YouTube back when I used to do like prepared content.
Yeah.
And we had a back and forth. It was delightful. And anyway, so apropos of literally nothing, back in like March when Joe Biden, the current, I believe, incumbent in the White House, which is good, he had just become the nominee. And I hadn't said anything in terms of a prediction, but our friend, whose real name is Dave, so we'll call him Dave, put out a thing to me saying, "I challenge you to a bet that you've said that Joe Biden will win, and I say that Donald Trump will win." I hadn't made that prediction, and I hadn't tried to put a bet on with him, but he decided it was going to happen. And so he took a note out of the ALS challenge, Ice Bucket challenge thing, and said, if Trump wins, you have to dump a bucket of ice water on your head. And if Biden wins, so on. And I thought, that's okay, because you live in Minnesota, and as you can see here, there's snow on the ground. Whereas I live in Britain, and it would be a bit cold, but nothing too bad. So I thought, okay, I'll take that bet. And I called him out, and eventually, of course, the election went the way it did, and it paid off in hilarious fashion.
Yard, and you're probably wondering, why are we here? Well, a year ago, I made a bet with Kevin Logan that if Trump won re-election, he would dump ice water on his head, and if Trump lost, I would dump ice water on mine. Now, yes, the election has not been finalized. However, I'm about 95.5 certain that it's going to go one way. And that probably means we're going to have President-elect Biden, the worst president we're ever going to have. But a bet's a bet. He's called me out.
And he did it.
I now take this bucket of ice water and dump it upon my head. Okay, Kevin. Our bet is done.
You know what? There's so many chuds that would make that bet and then never follow through. As much as I dislike Lord of Patriarchy and I think he's a bad dude, I respect that he followed through on the bet.
He did, yeah. But I especially love that clearly actually hurt, because he was like, oh, okay. And I can imagine him running in and taking a hot shower afterward or something.
Sure.
But yeah, he followed through, and that, yeah, exactly, that's worth respect. Indeed.
I do find it a bit suspect that he said Biden will be the worst president we've ever had. Has he been cryogenically frozen for the past 4 years?
No, but he's a chud. So his mind has been cryogenically frozen for the last 15 years or something, possibly.
Anything but inspect this temple of capitalism?
Oh,
he's made his mind up.
Actual Jake, thank you for raiding. Welcome, raiders. We're doing Chuds with Kevin Logan, KFLogan1875 on Twitch. So,
yes,
welcome.
Hello, raiders. Yes. So on from that to something that's not so great from our friend Dave. The Capitol Hill terrorisms.
Yep.
And his obsession with AOC.
Oh, is he like Ben Shapiro? Does he want the Steelers shoes? Does he want
he does.
Picks?
He definitely does.
Okay.
He definitely does, yeah.
Sure.
But anyway, he's doing that thing of when a young man is enamored with a young woman and doesn't necessarily understand how to deal with that, they will sometimes be a little bit rude because they don't know how to deal with feelings.
Yeah.
Is how I think he's reacting here.
Pulling on her pigtails or whatever. Sure.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, little bitty AOC is all scared. She needs her teddy bear when she's in Congress. Because she doesn't feel safe around colleagues.
Okay, can you pause it for a sec? This frustrates me to no end. I've seen multiple chuds do this over the past, I don't know, week or so, when AOC said that, like, oh, I feel uncomfortable, I don't feel safe around my colleagues. And they've made fun of this? Guys, this month, a bunch of right-wing psychos with weapons stormed the Capitol building to try and stop a democratic process, and the FBI has said at this point that there were people inside the Capitol working with them because they had Facebook messages telling them where to go to get to the underground tunnels. These were people who were intending to kidnap and or murder members of the United States Congress. AOC and every member of Congress has every right to feel that their lives are in danger, because they are. People have been radicalized in the United States, okay? They're basically like right-wing Christian Al-Qaeda. It's not good. You should not be taking this lightly. And Lord of Patriarchy, doing a silly, stupid voice just makes you look like a jackass. Okay.
Well, no, clearly he can't be a jackass. He's got the clocks.
That's true. The very accurate clocks.
So he's intelligent, and he knows how time works. So, checkmate, atheists. Anyway, yes. Yeah, like you say, it's literally that one police officer who, I mean, I'm reticent to give any congratulations to a police officer, but he literally led them away from the Senate like the Pied Piper of Fash.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it.
Otherwise, many senators might now be dead.
And
Tim Pool Tim Pool's wet dream of a civil war might actually have happened. Who knows?
Oh my god, did you see Tim Pool's video, like, the day of, when he was covering it?
Oh, he looked like he was literally ejaculating all throughout the entire thing.
He was so excited. It was so gross.
He was embarrassed, yeah, and he was doing that thing where, oh, this is really serious, this is terrible, where you can tell inside he's like jumping for joy.
Yeah.
It's embarrassing. What a fool. He's genuinely, it sounds strange because he's such an absolute tool, but he might be one of the most dangerous people on YouTube because he's got such a reach.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And he also, the fact that he frames himself as like, I'm a centrist, and then he does nothing but go to bat for super right-wing positions and promote conspiracy theories. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, indeed.
Happen, bitch. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, or AOC, or as I like to call her, Little Lexi.
Ooh.
That's a sick burn, bro. Little Lexi. Oh, she's not coming back from that one.
It's definitely
Jeez.
not misogynistic at all, by the way, to try and infantilize a female member of the House of Representatives. Not petty at all.
No. But this is a man of great achievement, so I think he can look down on her.
That's true. Have
Definitely.
you seen how many beers he can drink? Okay?
He has, and he's got a mini fridge, which is the mini fridge of destiny, as people will know on my channel. It knows all things. That's where he gets his power from. True.
Appeared Thursday on Cuomo Primetime and spoke about the continuing threat of Republican lawmakers carrying guns onto the House floor. I don't know what the status of D.C. is for concealed carry, but if they have a legal right to carry it,
You
They
could
don't.
have
why the
checked.
hell not?
But yeah, if he didn't know, he could have checked.
Yeah, they do not have
You
the
know-
right to bring guns onto the floor of Congress. If in case anyone's curious, you are not allowed to bring weapons. You're not even really allowed to bring, like, knives into Congress, much less a gun, even if you're a congressperson, which is why the person who did that got fined $5,000. And if they do it again, they'll get fined $10,000, and I think it goes up every time.
Well-
so.
Well, that's clearly that's going against the Second Amendment, which was clearly meant. Clearly, the founders definitely wanted gunfights on the floor of the Congress. So
That's what it says. It says you shall have the right to bring guns into a place of law and threaten your fellow people with QAnon bullshit. So there you go.
true.
The founding
Well, people-
fathers were truly wise.
Little known fact: in the original draft of the Bill of Rights, it said that Congress voting should be 1 shot for yes, 2 shots for no. That was literally true. They were gonna have bulletproof ceiling in the building and everything. But the Liberals don't want you to know that, do they?
True.
What do you think? The Republican lawmakers are going to pull a gun on you?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
they're not.
If they're a crazy QAnon person, sure.
Exactly. Well, that's the point. Yeah. Like firstly, they must now have realised that the Q thing was nonsense because they've now been around these people. There isn't a satanic paedophile cult or anything.
You'd be
But-
shocked at the
Yeah.
mental gymnastics some of these people do. But on top of that, I honestly, the QAnon congresswoman, I feel like is maybe to some extent, I don't know how much she really believes it. I feel like she's using it as a political tool. Because like she has nothing else going for her. She
Yeah.
ran unopposed, I'm pretty sure, in the first place. But I feel like if she didn't have the QAnon thing going, she would have had less fervent support. Who knows though?
Yeah. Indeed, yeah. But I mean, if there are people who believe that you're involved in a satanic cult to destroy America, then yeah, I think it's perfectly reasonable to think that person might pull a gun on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I said, I can't wait. Like I hate to sound like Alex Jones, but I can't wait to see the inside job element of the Capitol insurrection.
Oh,
Because, like you say, in the court, they're literally saying that they were being directed via, as of now, anonymous insider
Yep.
on Facebook,
Mhm.
telling them where the Congress people were in the tunnels under the building and stuff.
Yep.
That's really worrying. That's incredibly worrying.
Yep, there are also Congress people who are giving tours to, and bear in mind, the Congress has been closed for weeks and weeks and weeks because of COVID. But Congress people had brought in groups of Trump supporters to give them tours of Congress days prior to the actual insurrection attempt. So I'm sure some of those people ended up being some of the people who went inside and did what they did.
Indeed.
Anyway, she skipped Joe Biden's inauguration on Wednesday, choosing instead to support striking grocery workers in the Bronx. Unions are terrible.
Well, that argument kills centuries of organizing then, yeah.
You know what I love? I love having the right to be fired for absolutely no reason. It's wonderful.
Yeah. Although Dave doesn't mind because he doesn't have a job, I don't think. So
Okay,
who
sure.
cares, I suppose. But yeah, I like that. Just saying no, unions are rubbish is just a good argument against all of the gains they've made for centuries.
Yeah, weekends, 40-hour work weeks, child labor laws. Screw that.
Yeah. Terrible stuff. What we need is children back down mines, clearly.
What if there's like something trapped in a little space? How am I supposed to get it? My hands are too meaty. Need a child hand, okay? And if they lose it, that's fine. They're spry, they're young, they'll recover.
Exactly. This little known fact, children's arms will grow back if they get caught up in a loom.
Yeah.
It's fine.
They're like starfish. Sometimes the arm will grow a second child off of it.
Well, that went weird. But thank you.
There's nothing funny about the
And I
tools
say
of
this
capitalism.
as a former union member. I know they suck because I was forced to join one. And let me tell you, when
What?
the shit hit the fan and I actually needed the fuckers, they were nowhere to be found. All union...
Yeah, I don't think they really had anywhere to go with your sexual harassment claims against you.
I wonder what it
Well,
was. Legitimately, was it that? Because usually unions are good at, like, you know, protecting their workers and their members. So he must have done something really, really terrible and inexcusable for them to not do anything.
Presumably. Or he's just lying and they did try, but ultimately he did do something that was sackable, and so,
Sure.
you know, tough. Like, they're not magic men. They can't, like, they can't do, you know, they can't get you out of illegal stuff, Dave.
Real quick. By the way, people who are doing bit messages and stuff in the chat, I'll try and get to them like at the very end of the stream, just so I don't like throw off the flow, because we're like simul streaming and I don't want to like stop every, you know, however long like I normally do.
That's fine. No, you do your thing. It's fine.
Oh, I have a ton of them though, so maybe in between videos, but not during it.
Okay.
Representatives do, or union people, they sit on their ass, they do nothing for complaints. The only people they seem to lift a finger for is to help terrible employees that should be fired. So yeah, unions terrible. Outside of a very few industry, all the unions could fucking go bye-bye. We had very real security concerns as well. We still don't feel safe around other members of Congress. How much is we? I think a very considerable amount. Well, most everyone was there.
Yeah. Oh, God. Like, having a drinking problem is bad, and I'm not going to make fun of that.
Sure.
But you don't flaunt it.
No,
Maybe.
he thinks it's hilarious that he's an alcoholic. I'm someone who also has, let's say, impulse control issues, so I don't drink anymore. But like, going on camera and being like, "Yeah, I'm an alcoholic. Isn't this funny?" Not good.
Yeah.
Not a great coping mechanism.
No, it's not nice and quirky and like an interesting aspect of your personality. It's genuinely depressing.
It's not even unique. I live in Michigan, and drinking is like just the state pastime. Alcoholism is basically what everyone does for fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'll just say Melissa Carone and leave it there.
Cited Andy Harris as proof. The congressman from Maryland tried to sneak a gun into the House chamber but was stopped by police, at which point he reportedly tried passing it on to someone else. And what do you think he's going to do even if he has a gun in there?
But why would he need to take a gun in there if he wasn't going to do anything? Why is it an issue that it would be stopped from taking the gun in there?
Yeah, it's incredibly stupid. Like I just don't understand. if there are enough people that are in the building that the Capitol Police cannot handle it, you and your handgun are not going to do anything. So the only reason you would want to bring a gun into Congress is either you're a grandstanding idiot who just wants to be like, my Second Amendment rights, I want to, so whatever, and your Second Amendment right doesn't apply to the building of Congress,
Yeah.
or if you, like, want to start some shit. There's no reasonable reason to be bringing your gun into Congress, period.
But what about if 30 to 50 feral hogs decide to invade
That's true.
the Congress?
If 30...
Then
Can we just start calling the MAGA insurrectionists a horde of 30 to 50 wild hogs, feral hogs?
that works. That definitely works. Yeah. Well, Hassan Piker calls them hogs, doesn't he? So that way they fits in.
Okay.
Make it a bread tube thing or whatever.
AOC, I know you probably sit in your little pillow fort under your, when your bed's in a kitty corner and you sit in that little fort, you read
What?
your picture books. Well, guess what? A gun isn't magical. A gun can't load itself, fly around, and randomly shoot people.
That's
It can be accidentally discharged.
Sure.
That
First
does
of all, it's definitely loaded already. Otherwise, what's the point? Second of all, I think her issue is that she's concerned that the particular people who are bringing the guns in might have ill intent because they're QAnon-type people, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, again, the infantilization, specifically, I think because she's a woman. I don't see this done to like, male members of Congress, typically. Like,
No.
Lord of Patriarchy is an adult man who wears nothing but graphic t-shirts with references to, like, cartoons and stuff, and yet he has the gall to, like, try and infantilize a member of Congress? Jesus Christ, Dave.
Yeah, well, that's why these people love attacking the squad, because they're women.
Yeah.
They love it. It's their perfect outlet for their internal frustrations.
Sure.
Following the deadly insurrection, 1, it wasn't deadly. 2, it was...
Whoa.
5
Whoa.
people died.
Yeah. What's your definition of deadly, Dave?
You need at least 6. It's not deadly unless there are 6 deaths. So they were real close, but not quite.
Oh, just missed out. Terrible stuff. Much like Trump in many respects.
wasn't an insurrection. And 3, what the fuck was the Chaz Chop if you're going to cause what that was as an insurrection? No, it was a bunch of idiots.
Chat, they took over a park.
They took over, like some block amount?
Oh, well,
I don't
yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Did they try and
But that,
overthrow the federal government? I don't remember that shit.
I don't think they didn't even. I think the most that ever happened was someone tried to set fire to one courthouse, which isn't good. I'm not saying that's
No.
okay, but that's not the same as trying to murder Congress people.
Yeah, the equivocation, I've seen them too try and compare it to, like, Black Lives Matter protests, the ones where, like, there were, and by the way, again, most Black Lives Matter protests had no incidents, but of course there were a couple where, like, oh, a Wendy's got burned down, and they're trying to equivocate, like, a Wendy's getting burned down to someone trying to overthrow the government and murder Congress people, and I don't understand their brains. I really, really don't.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. First off, even if you want to equivocate the two sets of actions, I think we can agree that there are some uses of more robust action in history that have been successful and righteous, like the American Revolutionary War, for instance, would be one example. But that's on the basis that you've got some sort of cause that's worthwhile.
Yeah.
And Black Lives Matter clearly do. You can argue to what extent or whatever, but
Sure.
they clearly do. Whereas the 30 to 50 feral hogs that invaded the Congress building, they didn't. They literally were just going off a pack of lies.
Yep.
There's no comparison.
Idiot Trump supporters that got rowdy. Now, do they deserve to go to jail? Yes, I've said this 5,900 times, but I haven't even to keep repeating it.
You don't have to.
Just as every motherfucker that's Antifa or BLM that riots and loots and all that other shit can go to jail. They can all be loaded up on the same fucking bus and drove to the same fucking prison. Also, what was it a deadly insurrection when people stormed the Senate to try to stop the confirmation of Brett Kavanaugh? What the fuck was that? Was that Americans giving the Senate their voice, or were they deadly insurrectionists?
Okay, hey, Lord of Patriarchy, how many people died during that?
No one.
What was damaged? Who did they break into the Capitol building while it was closed, or did they go inside and like protest peacefully? Which one is it?
Yeah,
Did
they protest peacefully, and the police took care of it pretty easily.
Yeah. They didn't have weapons or cuffs. They weren't coordinating with people inside to try and find, kidnap, and kill Congress people.
Also, he genuinely doesn't seem to understand what the word deadly means.
No.
Because he just said, was that a deadly insurrection? No, even if it was an insurrection, which it wasn't, it certainly wasn't deadly.
No.
Not a single person threw a fire extinguisher at the head of a police officer. That didn't happen.
Nope.
You have to make up your mind. I'm done with double standards. The second you have a double standard, to me, your point is garbage. Your point is trash. It is useless.
Well, that's silly as well. I hate to stop every couple of seconds, but it's difficult not to.
Yeah.
Just on the basis that you can have a double standard and still have some semblance of a point. It doesn't make it useless. You shouldn't do double standards, but it doesn't completely negate the point.
I think he's throwing out... I've talked about this recently. The right seems to throw away all context and take the superficial elements of two situations, and as long as the superficial elements are close enough, they'll call it a double standard, even though the context of both situations is entirely different. So they don't look at like, oh, why are people entering the building of Congress? Also, is the building closed because of COVID? Also, did people die? Also, what was their intent? Was it to protest or was it to murder members of Congress? All they see is people entering Congress, and then they say, well, that's close enough. Aesthetically, to me, it looks the same, even though it really doesn't, and therefore it's a double standard. It's very strange. Yeah. Context is poison to these people.
Yeah. They see one person throw a brick through a Starbucks window, and that's the same as breaking down the windows of Congress and rushing the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, again, like you say, if you remove context from anything, you can dishonestly claim that any two things are basically the same.
Yep.
Some House members became suspicious that the Republican colleagues may have been in on it. Metal detectors were installed outside the chamber as an extra precaution. Some members have attempted to flout the new safety measures. Lauren Boebert has spoken openly about her desire to carry a gun with her at all times. Again, she has the legal right to do it.
No, she doesn't. She absolutely does not. You are not allowed to bring weapons into Congress. You can't have knives. You can't have guns. Take 5 seconds to Google this before you say something so confidently, you idiot.
And didn't that sprang from the actual Civil War, didn't it? When before the separation, they started bringing pistols.
I don't know the actual origin of the law, but I know DC has some of the strictest gun laws in the country, especially in regard to federal buildings. So not something that's allowed.
Yeah, I wonder if there's been a history of like assassinations and stuff that might make people wary of having loaded weapons around politically exposed figures.
No, that can't be. No politician has ever been killed. We should probably have like a word for that. Like, I don't know. Ooh. Assassin. No, wait. No, that won't work. I'll have to workshop it.
Yeah. We'll come up with something.
Okay.
And the Second Amendment says she can do it.
No.
Nope.
Reportedly clashed with Capitol Police on the first day the metal detectors were installed. Some House members have just ignored them after setting them off. The moment you bring a gun...
Was that an argument?
Yeah, noises are arguments now.
onto the House floor and violation of the rules. You put everyone around you in danger. No! Guns are not sentient. They are tools, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Long as it isn't fucking in the hand of someone or you don't hear it go off, everyone's fine.
Right. But that assumes that no one can have ill intent when we know there are QAnon people.
Yeah.
And not just that, but if Lauren Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene went into Congress and killed, say, AOC, for instance, there would be a lot of people who would support that. There would be a lot of people who would raise money for her.
Yep.
She would still go to jail, and rightly so, but she'd be very, very popular for it.
I feel like 30 to 40% of the country would be like, yay, you killed the communist, because no one in America knows what a communist is.
Well, Joe Biden's a communist, so that word means nothing.
Guns can't magically fire on their own.
What a
well, no,
straw
but
man.
they can misfire as well.
Sure.
People have shot themselves accidentally and things. It happens.
Yeah.
And there's no need. There's literally, you're not hunting. There's no real need for self-protection. Like, there's no need for you to have a gun in that place.
Yeah. There's security guards. There's cops all over the place. Why do you need a gun on the floor of Congress?
Yeah, exactly. Case, I don't know. Again, 30 to 50 feral hogs. Definitely. That could happen.
It's irresponsible. It's reckless. Beyond that, it's a violation of the rules. Oh, like how Ilhan Omar violated the rules by wearing her stupid fucking hijab.
Ooh.
What?
On Congress's floor, in clear violation of no headwear. But oh no, we had to change the rules for little old her, despite the fact that a bunch of fucking Jews served in Congress long before her, and all of them took off their yarmulkes.
Wowzers.
The phrase "a bunch of fucking Jews" screams a person who really cares about religious freedom.
Yeah, I don't understand the issue. Like, he's supposed to be, and this is funny, he's supposed to be like a libertarian. Shouldn't he be in favor of like people being able to wear their religious headwear? That would be the libertarian stance, right? Not saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. Seems strange.
Well, yeah, not just that, but the basic argument, again, like you say, from the libertarian perspective, would be just because Jewish members of Congress have been wronged in the past.
Yeah.
And they clearly were. The yarmulke is of no concern at all.
Yeah.
Why continue also to wrong another person from a different religion?
Yeah.
The same would be true if a Sikh got elected, for instance, and they many of them wear turbans.
Yeah.
Again, it's not there's nothing offensive there.
Sure.
Look, and I don't particularly understand the rule for no hats. That seems like some weird.
It's antiquated. It's like I think it's a relic of back in the day when hats were a very, very common, piece of clothing for men, and men, of course, made up the vast majority of Congress. I mean, they still do, but I mean, back in the day, people would wear like fedoras and shit. I think it probably comes from that. And even before more formal, 19th century hats and shit.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see a Congress with a mixture of hats. I want to see way more top hats.
Honestly, can we just change the rule to mandatory hats, but everyone has to have a different hat, so then we can get one with one of those like propeller hats, and then someone else will have like a top hat and...
Exactly. And then you can tell the really basic motherfuckers who are just going to turn up in like a baseball cap. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You could wear anything and you've gone baseball cap.
The person who wears, they can all vote on who has the best hat, and then the best hat gets 10 extra votes for every bill put up for vote that day.
Exactly. Exactly. It would be a hat arms race at that point.
I want to live
amazing.
Can we live in a hatocracy? I'm for this, please.
You'd start like, do you know the classic era Elton John, where he used to come out with those ridiculously huge? You'd have a Congress full of that, and let's be honest, that would be worth watching at that point.
Yeah.
People would pay attention to their democracy at that point.
C-SPAN ratings would go through the roof.
Yeah, true.
Again, I said a bunch of Jews just because I don't know all the names of all the Jewish representatives since the country began off the top of my head.
Well, why not choose some
Needless
racial
to
names?
say-
Just be racist about it and make up some names, Dave. Why not? You couldn't be more racist at this point, really.
Like, is there not a line somewhere between, like, saying a whole bunch of effing Jews and saying, like, Jewish members of Congress? He could have said, like, he didn't need to know they're all individual names. He could have been like, there are Jewish members of Congress and have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
there were less inflammatory ways to say that.
Yeah. Joe Lieberman. There you go. There's one.
Sure.
He definitely was.
There were Orthodox Jews in the goddamn government, and they took off their yarmulke because of the rules.
Well, that's not just an Orthodox Jewish thing. That's like the most, well, a lot of religious Jewish people will wear a
Yeah.
yarmulke.
Shapiro does.
Shapiro does, but in a comical way, because he wears like the biggest yarmulke I've ever seen. Like,
I'm not.
way to virtue signal.
I'm not familiar with yarmulke sizes.
Well, I'm told reliably with all my Jewish friends that he wears like a slightly silly, oversized version of the yarmulke. It's
Gotcha.
supposed to be kind of modest or whatever, but he wears one so you definitely see it.
Hmm.
Like, yeah, okay, Ben, calm.
But oh no, we had to change the fucking rules for little old her, which was bullshit. She should have been forced to take off her stupid fucking hijab. Like, again, do you really think God cares what you have on your head?
Well, clearly she does, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think she's wrong.
Sure.
We're both godless baby-eating heathens, obviously.
Yeah.
But she clearly does think that that's the case, and she wants to wear the thing, and it doesn't prevent her in any way, or indeed prevent any of her colleagues from doing their job.
As we all know, the Second Amendment applies in Congress, but the First Amendment doesn't, okay? You can have guns,
Exactly.
but your freedom of religion is trash!
Well, exactly. Well, yeah, because it's the Second Amendment, and the number 2 is bigger than the number 1.
That's true.
So that's how it works. Yeah.
You're openly disobeying the rules that we have established as a community. Bullshit. You only care about the rules when it benefits you, which means you cannot be trusted to be held accountable to what you've decided as a community. Pelosi announced a hefty fine for lawmakers who bypass the metal detectors. But besides, I'd love to know how she plans to enforce that. If she fined me, I'd be like, fuck you, I'm not paying it. Take me to court. Take me to court.
They would? And they would
Yeah.
force you to pay it.
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen in that scenario, Dave?
I'm sure a DC judge would be like, oh yeah, I'll let this slide.
Yeah. And here are some guns. Bring guns into my court as well. That's
Mhm.
fine. Like, come on now. Not just that, but Dave, weren't you going on about people breaking rules like 5 seconds ago?
Yeah.
And this is a rule that's been broken, and you're saying, well, I don't care. This is a law I don't like.
And it's funny because he also just got off a tirade saying that he hates double standards. So,
Indeed. But and by his own logic, the fact that he's got a double standard means all of his points are worthless.
true.
Or try to impeach my ass. Go for it, bitch.
No, they just increase like the fine and force you to pay it.
Yeah.
But what do you think's going to happen there?
Yeah, I actually...
I saw you talking about Count Dankula. Was that last night or the night before or something?
I think it got mentioned in one of Jake and I's videos.
No, I don't. I heard you talking about it anyway.
Okay.
And he's quite an interesting one because he got fined like £800, which is about $1,000 thereabouts.
Sure.
And US dollars, that is. And he wanted to make like more of a spectacle of it by refusing to pay, but they just took it from his bank account because they're the government. They can literally just do that.
Yep.
So he just went to the bank one day and he had no money, and they'd taken £800 from him because that was what he owed. Oh, did I hear a Baha there?
Yep, she was sneezing. Bless you! Also, they the fines are actually not like cash fines. They are wage garnishes from the pay you get for serving in Congress. So it's just taken out of their paychecks anyway.
So they literally couldn't refuse to pay. 'Cause
Correct.
They don't have an option.
Yep.
Okay. That's even better. So you'd just be petulantly whinging, which is very, very on point for Dave, I think.
AOC believes bringing a gun to the House floor creates an unnecessary danger. Oh my God. Unless your lawmaker, while you're giving a speech, is playing Russian roulette, there is no danger. Guns by themselves, holstered and properly stored on a person, do not present a danger to anyone.
But if they are taken out of the holster by a crazy mofo and pointed at you and fired, they do.
I think the standard for "are you a crazy mofo" should be, do you want to bring a gun to the floor of Congress? If yes, you are too crazy to have a gun.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. There's no, because again, there's no other reason you would need a gun there but to, at the very least, intimidate your colleagues.
Sure.
Yeah.
A gun, to be dangerous, must be drawn by a human hand and then fired by a human hand. Then, yes, they get dangerous. But just hanging out in a holster, no. Not a chance.
I love that he thinks that's a gotcha.
Yeah.
I don't care if you accidentally set it off. If you're responsible, that won't happen. If you intentionally...
And as we know, all American gun owners are very responsible.
Absolutely. They definitely don't have murder fantasies at all. They don't want someone to break into their house so they can shoot them in the head 30 times.
Yeah. Exactly. They should just join the police. You can do that legally. Oh, that's an off-air joke I told on air. Oops.
set it off. No, those are two completely different things. One is an accident, the other is intentional. You do know that in law, when deciding whether to bring criminal charges against someone, we have to first determine, was it a true blue accident that no reasonable person could have prevented or foreseen the consequences, or was it negligence, or was it intentional? Because you do know you don't get in trouble if it's a true blue accident.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
It doesn't even matter for the concept he's talking about, because, like, just because you wouldn't get in trouble doesn't mean AOC, if it was an accident, wouldn't have a reason to be concerned, right? Oh, it was an accident. You accidentally shot a 97-year-old member of Congress in the head. Whoopsie. It was an accident, though, so I'm not allowed to be upset about it. That's such a stupid argument.
Plus, you just then get Republicans, like, taking guns into Congress and accidentally dropping them on the floor all the time, hoping that it'll go off. You wouldn't be able to hear the debate over the sound of guns clanking on the floor.
It's a filibuster, but it's just a Republican shooting a gun into the air for 6 hours.
I could see Ted Cruz doing that. Definitely. In between reading Horton Hears a Who or something. Yeah, definitely.
Ugh, every time he drinks and he can hear it going down his throat.
You know?
I hate it.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I mean, I can't talk. I haven't got a glass, but I'm not, an alcoholic. Dave, just get a glass.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear you glugging. It's gross. Don't involve everyone else in your problem. Would be my suggestion.
Like 1 in a million or something like that. You're endangering the lives of members of Congress. No, you're not.
That's
and
argument
it's
one.
Outrageous that we even have to have this conversation. Okay, so a congresswoman can't have a gun.
Correct.
How many guns do you think are actually on the floor, AOC? Do you honestly think there's no armed security on the floor of the goddamn House of Representatives?
They're the security.
If that's true, you need to get better coloring books.
What? What does that even mean?
It's his one joke. It's his one joke is that AOC is a child, even though he doesn't even know how clocks work. I guess he didn't get to that kindergarten class yet.
Well, he's like Dave Rubin. He's got high-level ideas going on. He can't be dealing with time. Time is an insignificant, puny thing to Dave, clearly. Oh,
Okay?
you could
need
edit that out. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry, go on.
to upgrade to your big girl readers. There's armed men all over, inside and outside the Capitol.
Yeah, they're security,
Are
Dave.
you
What?
retarded?
Oh,
Uh,
yeah, there you go. It's a hazard of watching the Chud video, unfortunately.
So yeah, well, God, Jesus. You know, somebody once asked when I was making fun of AOC, like if I had the chance to sleep with her,
Oh, for God! It always with Dave. Dave, firstly, why the fuck would she lower herself? Really?
maybe
Why?
we should give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just says this about every congressperson. If he talks about Mitch McConnell, maybe he talks about would I fuck Mitch McConnell. I'm sure he's very internally consistent and isn't just being super, super gross.
I'll be honest. Given the chance, he's famous. I probably would. I'm not gay, but I would, because you know, just to say, yeah, I fucked it. I legally fucked a turtle. Who can say that? It's a beautiful thing. And I suppose, look, we won't go into it, but there's another video where Dave was complaining about Biden setting taxes too high, but the thing he was actually covering was Amazon being taxed.
Yeah.
Who's against Amazon being taxed? What?
He's a libertarian. He's got a oh god, I keep wanting to say the word I can't say on Twitch anymore. He wants to defend multi-billionaires, okay? How else is he going to become a multi-billionaire if he doesn't defend them, okay?
True.
One day Bezos will show up at his house and he'll say, "I saw you on the internet defending me not paying taxes. Here's $7 billion."
Which is a tiny fraction of my wealth. That's a grim thing. Lord.
Like, no, I wouldn't. You know why? I don't sleep with stupid, and she is.
Dave doesn't masturbate, confirmed.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. But not just that. But Dave, if she so much as looked at you, if you made eye contact with her, you would instantly spill your load. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you've seen his awful rating women videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, if any of those women, including the 25 beer ribeye steak women, that's a method of analyzing women apparently. Yeah. If any of them looked at you twice, Dave, you'd be high-fiving people in the street.
Grade A stupid. God damn, how in the... To the people of her fucking district, Jesus. Vote her out, she's an embarrassment. My God, if I lived in Brooklyn, I'd hang my head in shame.
Well, I'm sure AO will struggle to recover from that savaging that she just took there. Maybe she should just get better coloring books or something, and maybe Dave would stop. I don't know.
Maybe. Who doesn't like coloring books, by the way? So rude.
Yeah, very much so. Ah, so that's Dave. He's an interesting chap. Yeah.
Okay, let me switch over to my thing.
Yes, and we'll watch whatever the hell you want to watch.
Let's see. I got these guys, and I got... Let's do Abby Shapiro.
Yeah.
Hello, Classic Crew, and welcome to today's video, where we're going to be talking about 6 ways to talk to liberals. I recently read Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind. I've been talking about it a lot on my Twitter and on Instagram, and I just recently finished it.
Okay.
So, the book is talking about the moral psychology underlying left and right on the spectrum of American politics, and how by understanding the differences in approach by the two sides as regards morality, we can actually understand
need to
people
share with
better
me,
as
Anna.
individuals. Now,
Sorry, duh. My B. I'll
No, that's
restart.
okay. No, it's okay. I was giving you a second to do the thing, and I was like, anyway, doesn't matter.
Okay.
There
hello
we go.
classic crew, and welcome to today's video where we're going to be talking about 6 ways to talk to liberals. I recently read Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind. I've been talking about it a lot on my Twitter and on Instagram, and I just recently finished it. So, the book is talking...
Oh. It's buffering, probably because I'm also share screening. Hold
The
on.
book is talking...
I'll turn the quality down.
Well, that is not very classical of you.
Let me share screen at a lower quality.
about the moral psychology underlying left and right on the spectrum of American politics, and how by understanding the differences in approach by the two sides as regards morality, we can actually understand people better as individuals. Now, there were things about this book that I didn't love because Jonathan Haidt is a liberal and he was writing this book for liberals so that they could try and understand conservatives. But in doing so, he ended up being a little bit condescending to conservatives and sort of stereotyping our morals and our values. But there were also some really valuable lessons in the
Doesn't
book
she
that I
spend
think
every
were worth
video
talking about and will
talking
allow
down
us
to
to
people?
view people on the
Basically,
other
yeah.
side of the aisle as people and not as enemies. And I think that that's just a really hard thing in American politics.
By the way, I always find it funny if you look at the classically Abby upvotes, downvotes. Look at this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well, because she's just astroturfed, isn't she?
Yeah,
She's got
she-
whatever weird dark Shapiro money is there.
Yeah,
you know.
she pays for ads and stuff and directs people to her channel. I don't know what the idea was. I don't know if some think tank came to Abby and was like, okay, your brother has sort of the white conservative dude bro thing locked down. Could you maybe try and do the same thing, but for like young women? And now they're trying to push her really hard? I have no idea.
Yeah, I think that's basically the deal. Yeah, it would
Today.
appear that way.
Yeah.
It's
Is
the
that-
same sort of mindset as PragerU and academia.
Yeah.
Really often across the aisle, we view each other not as humans, but just as someone who disagrees with me. We see them as their politics, and people are so much more than that. So even though conservatives and liberals disagree on a lot, we are all people, and it's worth trying to understand the other side. Now, before I get started, I want to get out of the way here and now the difference between leftists and wokeists on one hand and liberals on the other.
Wokeists.
Leftists live out their woke ideology as religion.
Oh no.
Even though it doesn't kind of look like a typical
Well, yeah,
religion,
I'm
it is
definitely in the church of wokeism.
Yeah. Every day I go and I pay sacrament to AOC and Bernie Sanders and drink of their blood. You know, it is what it is.
They want to tear
Wow.
down our existing moral structures and society and start over from the beginning. They believe that all of the things that we now accept, things that are common sense, things that define morality, define right and wrong, define our social structure, all of that was created during a time when there was too much anything, too much bias, racism, any ism to have any value or legitimacy or moral authority. For the woke, for leftists, they believe that they are the only ones who know what true morality is and that we need to tear everything down and start over.
What? Okay, recognizing the issues of the past doesn't mean that you think that they're the only people who are... How do I put this? Everyone believes their morality is correct, right? It wouldn't be your moral
Yeah.
belief system if you didn't. So saying that this is some exclusive left-wing thing is incredibly stupid, considering someone like Abby Shapiro, who's like anti-abortion, would certainly think that her moral view is the one correct one and would have no wavering from that at any point. I don't know. Just seems hypocritical.
Yeah, very much so.
Now think about that. From their words and actions, it is very clear that they believe they are smart enough to tear down everything that we have known and start it over with their woke ideology. And anything that is not their woke ideology is immoral, wrong, evil, bad. We need to get rid of it and start from scratch using their version of morality.
I don't even understand what she's saying here. Like, do they think I want to burn the city down and start from ashes? No, I want to recognize the problems with the system that we exist within and try and make changes to make it work for more people. Like healthcare, like access to education, you know, like a society.
Oh, don't go Joker. Oh, no.
We can't really negotiate or have a fruitful conversation with leftists and wokeists because we're starting on entirely different footing. It honestly doesn't make any sense to engage in conversation with someone who doesn't have common ground with us, because they don't look at how can we make things better from here. They think we need to tear it down and start over.
Well, hang on. So that seems hypocritical on the basis that she's saying that they view conservatives as these terrible, evil people. But she's saying these people aren't even worth talking to.
Yeah, but that's because we're evil, don't you see? It's different when she says it because her morals are right.
Anything but inspect this temple of capitalism?
Lumi, thank you for raiding. Welcome, raiders.
This is completely different from liberals who, like conservatives, are trying to do the best for everyone, but are still working within the same framework as we have about morality and social structures. Our disagreements with liberals can be significant, but very often they're more about practice than about principle. I believe that working with and talking to liberals can really create a fruitful conversation, and it's something that we should regularly and constantly pursue. And this is especially true because we need liberals on our side to fight against this wokist ideology, this leftist wokist ideology.
This is the problem I have with the likes of Abby and her approach here, is that she's not actually trying to talk to liberals. She's trying to proselytize. She's trying to talk down to them, to preach to them.
I also find the idea of a right-wing liberal coalition against leftists to make me want to gag. That sounds terrible.
Yeah. It's well, this is her entire shtick is cringe. Yeah.
Ideology. Conservatives and liberals need to work together to stand against that kind of thinking. But now that we have that out of the way, let's talk about The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt and 6 ways to talk to liberals. Number 1 is to make people feel understood before trying to change their mind. Jonathan Haidt uses the metaphor of
She's doing a bad job so far, if that's her intent.
a rider and an elephant to describe how people think. The rider is conscious, active reason and logic, and the elephant is intuition. It's unconscious impulses. We as people like to believe that the rider is fully in control, that everything that we believe and everything that we do is controlled by our logic and our reason and our conscious mind. But the fact of the matter is that's not really true, according to Jonathan Haidt. He says that the elephant is in control more often because think about how heavy an elephant is in comparison to a rider, and that the elephant will throw its weight around more than we think, such as a visceral reaction. When the elephant does take control, the rider's role is to justify what the elephant did. And he'll think that it was his own idea to do that, even
That's not how riding any animal works. The animal doesn't do its own thing and then you go, I meant to do that. If it's a trained animal, you've trained it to respond to your commands. What? This metaphor sucks.
Yeah, no, it's when you see it like horse racing, they're just sort of hoping the horse will jump over the fences and go the right way around the track. It's fine. That's how it works. And every time they're lucky that it does do that. Yeah.
Even if it's kind of after the fact. We often will have a gut reaction to things. We'll have a feeling and then end up explaining it and justifying it and reasoning for it afterward. We create a sophisticated reason for why we believe it rather than the other way around.
That's absolutely true.
We will have a logical thought and then our emotions follow. Usually our emotions will go first and then our reasoning will explain that emotion for us. Jonathan Haidt writes,
that's true. That's how politics basically works, doesn't it? That and this is what was always a problem with the reason and facts and logic thing that people do. Is that, there's a large part of it is emotionally you feel a certain way. Maybe you feel more, and it can be boiled down, obviously, rather reductively to if you feel more compassionate to people, you're probably going to be more left wing, and if you feel more fearful of other people, you're probably going to be more right wing.
Yeah.
It's a bit reductive, but that's basically true. And then from that position, whatever position you come to on the spectrum, as it were, the political spectrum, you end up rationalizing that, because you can basically rationalize virtually every position.
True.
And that's how that goes. And so to pretend that we're entirely logical, reasonable robot people isn't real. And so the kind of Ben Shapiro destroys people with facts and logic, when actually he's just a rich kid trying to justify his rich kid ideology,
Sure.
is nonsense.
Therefore, if you want to change someone's emotion for us, Jonathan Haidt writes, therefore, if you want to change someone's mind about a moral or political issue, talk to the elephant first. You basically want to understand that the person you're talking to, you're actually talking to their elephant and not to their rider. You have to appeal to their emotions first before trying to appeal to their reason. So you want to be nice, you want to be kind, you want to show that you do understand their point of view.
But you don't? I've heard Abby Shapiro talk about this stuff before. She's a rich kid who's never struggled a day in her life. She has absolutely no idea what non-wealthy people deal with, so she has no way of actually empathizing with these people, so you can't understand them, at least not from what I've seen about how she talks about this stuff.
Well, exactly, yeah. And she does the annoying thing of saying she's, she does this classically, because it's classically Abby, right?
Yep.
Which is basically just tradcon nonsense. But she does the kind of weird amalgam of tradcon nonsense, but also she wants to have a career in media. Those two things are incongruent. You can't do that.
Yeah.
That's obviously ridiculous, but you want your cake and eat it, and it's pretty disgusting when you're telling other women basically, shut up and be barefoot and pregnant.
And that you can work with that, you understand what they're saying, and then you can start to appeal to the writer. Because if you were immediately to just say, you're
There's
dumb and
nothing funny
here's
about the tools
why,
of capitalism.
then no matter how well you convince the writer, the elephant still won't lean in your direction. And therefore, it won't matter that you've convinced them logically and you've given them reason after reason, because intuition-wise, in their stomach, in their visceral reactions, they will not be able to agree with you. So you always want to make sure that when you're talking to someone on the other side of the aisle, you make sure they feel heard, they feel understood, that you are showing them that you have good intentions when you talk to them. Because if it just comes off like, I have to convince you no matter what, then they're not going to feel like they can accept that reasoning. That line of reasoning will not matter, and you will lose your opportunity to maybe change someone's mind. Number 2 is recognizing the thought process someone on the other side of the aisle is having when disagreeing with you. Jonathan Haidt writes, reasoning can take us to almost any conclusion we want to reach because we ask, can I believe it when we want to believe something, but must I believe it when we don't want to believe? This continues on with the idea of the rider and the elephant. The rider is often sent to find all of the information it needs to prove what the elephant wants him to prove, and then ignoring any other information. And the rider will again claim that it was his idea all along to think what he thinks, but really it was the elephant all along. We as humans
But again, that's not how riding animals works.
No. Flawed metaphor.
to justify all of our feelings because we have both logic and intuition. So when the elephant feels something, the rider will go out and find what it needs to prove that. So if you're having a discussion with someone on the other side of the aisle and you are making logical arguments, you need to understand that they're probably asking themselves, must I believe this? Unless you have proven your point without a doubt and also made sure that the elephant feels comfortable changing gears, you won't have changed the other person's mind. So it's important to do both. Number 3 is that people in the West are weird. Let me explain what I'm talking about. So Jonathan Haidt writes...
That sounds like some anti-white propaganda if I've heard it.
I feel like if Ben Shapiro didn't know this was his sister, he would say that. But who knows?
This SJW woman on the internet daring to question Western civilization. It's an outrage!
Psychology is conducted on a very small subset of the human population. People from cultures that are Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, which forms the acronym WEIRD. Weird people are statistical outliers. They are the least typical, least representative people you could study if you want to make generalizations about human nature. And another interesting point is that so often the people that are used in studies are college students, who are even more atypical than the average person. If you think about yourself in college, if someone were to use you as an example, it would just not be really reflective of people generally, of people working in everyday life.
I was basically an alcoholic, so yeah, definitely.
So what Jonathan Haidt is
It doesn't count in college, that's fine.
Yeah.
talking about here is how people in the West and weird people are people who only look at morality on one dimension, which is harm and fairness. They don't think that morality contains any other dimensions. It's just harm and fairness. But most people from other parts of the world think that morality has many different spectrums.
Is this going to be like a consequentialism versus like deontology thing? Because both are valid in different ways and contexts. That doesn't make one superior to the other.
Western liberals analyze morality based on the individual alone and not in the context of communities or social obligations.
That's completely untrue, especially in regard to like leftists who want health of society to improve for things like, if we're in the United States talking about universal health care, which is something that I still can't believe we don't have. Like
that is that is the oddest thing. And I feel desperately sorry for Americans in some respects, because they'll talk about like having to not going to a hospital. It's not just for like things that will kill you, but they'll just live with pain.
Yeah.
Because you can't afford to go to the that's not a healthcare system. That's a sick care system. Then you have to be dying before you get, and like sick days. That's another thing. I remember talking to an American. It was the first American I'd ever really like met and talked to as like an adult, and they were going on about how many sick days you get at work, and I was like, "What do you mean sick days? Well, how many days do you have allowed to have off sick? But it depends how sick you are. What, you can have as many days as you need to be not sick anymore. There's no number of days. That's mad.
Yeah.
So you're forcing people who are ill to go to work. That's not productive or healthy or humane.
Nope. And it's also bad for the workforce as a whole, because if that person has something that is contagious, they're going to spread it to other people who then also have to take time off. It's very stupid.
Yeah.
Conservatives, though, they view morality as the sum of many parts. They see that there's more to morality than just harm and fairness. What this means for conservatives who have a more holistic view of morality.
I don't have a comment there. I just found it funny.
Yeah. Also, to the person in the chat, I am about as far away from Australia as it's physically possible to get without getting in a spaceship. I like the fact that you think I'm an Aussie. That's nice. And I'm Kevin. Hello.
Is that we have to show liberals that the other parts of morality do fall under the umbrella of harm and fairness. Jonathan Haidt actually doesn't say this in his book, but I think it's really important, and I think it's something he almost missed in the book. He says that there are 6 foundations of morality. He says there's the Care Harm Foundation, the Fairness Cheating Foundation, Loyalty Betrayal Foundation, Authority Subversion Foundation, Sanctity and Degradation Foundation, and the Liberty Oppression Foundation. I would argue that all of these principles of morality are actually also part of the Care Harm Foundation. And this is something that is super important to liberals because it's the only thing that they see is moral. That's the only part of morality that generally matters to them. So if that's the only one that matters to them, showing them how the 5 other principles of morality do actually deal with harm and fairness and deal with care and harm is something that can change the game when you're having a conversation with them. We just need to show that there is a deeper, broader, and more meaningful understanding of what care and harm actually means. And if you can present the other 5 principles of morality as also being about care and harm to a liberal that is weird, then you can actually change their mind because you would be speaking their language.
How does this factor in? Like, okay, you claim to have a more in-depth understanding of care or whatever. Mm-hmm. But American conservatism has like been cheering on the ripping of children from their families.
Yeah. In
immigrant detention. How in the name of holy hell is that possibly in like, maybe I've just got a really really unnuanced perspective on what care means, but that seems like the least caring thing you can do.
They're using nice language like caring to try and justify bad actions by claiming that, well, it'll hurt individuals. However, as a result of us doing these things that are bad for individuals, it'll help the health of society as a whole, even though there's no evidence for that. And they don't really care about that. They just care about justifying the bad things that they want to do because they're convenient or profitable for them. It's stupid.
Yeah.
Language. Number 4 is that just because someone is born with a certain disposition, that doesn't make them predestined to be left-wing or right-wing. Their temperament could make them more predisposed, but it's not for sure. It's not guaranteed. And even if your elephant, it tends to lean one way or another, right? Is maybe more libertine or is maybe more strict. And your rider can easily justify that because that's what riders do. That doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to end up being a liberal or a conservative. Honestly, people just aren't that simple and aren't that shallow. A good example is if you have actually been convinced of an idea that doesn't seem natural to your personality, you can successfully live a lifestyle that doesn't fit with who you are, in a sense. For example, if you're a more libertine person who has low anxiety, maybe wants to try a lot of new things, but you've been convinced about conservative ideas and conservative values and the meaning of religion, then you can live a conservative life. You can be a conservative. And vice versa. There are people who are conservative people who tend to feel more nervous about things or more strict, who are convinced of liberal ideas and then end up being more liberal. Life and people are broader than the categories we try to fit them into. So with that in mind, if you meet someone that has a personality that seems to fit more in one box or the other, that doesn't mean that they have to be that one thing. If you meet somebody who is more libertine and you think, well, they have to be liberal, that doesn't necessarily ring true. Number 5 is understand why liberals are skeptical of religion and groupishness so that you can really try and address their concerns. It's so important to recognize the differences.
Is groupishness a word?
Let's take a look. Probably.
That groupishness. Okay. I thought they were on the collectivism bandwagon.
Groupishness in the age of the internet. I don't see just like a straight up definition, but it
Oh,
must
so it's like
be.
a new word or something. Okay.
Sure.
Well, that's fine. I'm not one of these people who's like, that's a made up word.
No.
All words are made up.
Between real religion and good community and the version of those things that are bad. In discussing the new atheist perception of religion, Jonathan Haidt writes, if religion is a virus or a parasite that exploits a set of cognitive byproducts for its benefit, not ours, then we ought to rid ourselves of it. But what's fascinating is that religion actually binds people together and has done so for thousands of years.
Okay, but you can do those things without believing things that aren't necessarily true. And again, I don't really care if someone's religious. That's their business. I'm not going to tell them what to do. They have the right to do so. But it's also something that I just don't think is true, and I think it tends to harm people more than it helps them, and the things that help them can probably be achieved through other means other than this particular thing that they collectively believe in, but whatever.
Yeah, also, it can bring people together, and that's
Sure.
fine. If you get a sense of community from it, that's fine. But also, religious wars are a very, very significant thing, even internally within individual religions. If you look at, say, the Middle East right now, that Islam doesn't seem to be bringing those people together.
Sure. Also, like even here in the United States, using your religion to justify hatred of certain groups, trans people, gay people, whatever. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Religion has encouraged people to be trustworthy and do the right thing in the eyes of God and in the eyes of each other. And only the groups whose gods encouraged cooperation survived. True happiness only comes from the feeling of being part of something greater. That's why you have leftists and wokeists treating that philosophy as religion.
Wokists
Because
represent.
it feels like they're a part of something greater than themselves. When you don't have real religion, you make one up.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
You can have social cohesiveness without having religion. You can feel civic responsibility or some sort of cultural collectivity without it being a religion. It's very strange that they feel the need to define these in religious terms.
Also, I like the idea that she says, if you don't have a religion, you'll make one up. Like that wasn't how all religions started.
Sure.
What do you think? Just you plucked Judaism off a tree? Like, it didn't appear naturally. People made it up.
And so for people who are participating in a religion, it brings them joy, it brings them happiness, and it's super important to creating communities, creating good behavior among societies. It's really important. And being able to show why, from a societal perspective, religion is a good thing and not a bad thing is going to be a really good talking point with liberals. Rabbi Jonathan Sacks of blessed memory said, "The meaning of a system cannot arise within the system. The meaning of our lives must come from outside of ourselves." Number 6 is that liberals don't understand
Sure, but that
conservative
meaning doesn't
ideology.
inherently have to be supernatural in some way. Like, if I had to define, like, a meaning for my life, I don't know if I would have one, but it could be something along the lines of trying to, I don't know, help other people, or it could be, like, trying to, you know...
Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets also, sure. Gotta consume as many of those as possible. You know, it could be whatever. That's perfectly fine. That's a system of organizing your life that comes from outside of yourself. I don't even know what a system of belief coming from within yourself would be other than being like a narcissist, but...
Yeah, but it's self-obsession.
Sure.
Yeah.
The way that conservatives understand liberal ideology. The reason that liberals don't give conservatives the benefit of the doubt is because they truly do not understand the way that we think. They don't understand that conservatives are really trying to bring about more happiness in society by encouraging society to be a community built on values that are accurate about human nature and moral virtue.
Okay, so basically you're using flowery language to say, I know better than everyone else, and I'm going to impose a hierarchy on all of you that I believe will make you happy. Now be happy! No.
Yeah, it's sort of religio-political. I don't want to say authoritarianism necessarily, but it sounds a bit that way.
Yeah, she's basically saying, we know better than you. You don't have the right to do what you want to do with your life just because you think it'll make you happy. We know what's best, and you need to do what we want. And that's awful. That's awful. I don't care if you have good intentions behind your authoritarianism or your, like, fetish for a hierarchical system. That doesn't make it good. I don't care if you have good intentions. People do bad things with good intentions all the time. They're still bad.
Well, all authoritarian regimes throughout history think they're doing something good.
Yeah.
They all profess like they're doing, they're saving their people, they're saving their way of life or whatever. And it's always horrific for anyone who isn't within that very tightly confined list of things you're allowed to be.
Yeah.
And which have rules that are the proper balance of humility and aspiration. And the reason liberals don't understand this is because they're weird. They view everyone as individuals. They do not see...
People are individuals, but they exist within a society. It's about striking a balance between individual liberty and health of society. So, for instance, you can't have the liberty to go and commit fraud or embezzle people, but you do have the liberty to go and decide what you want to do with your life, right? That's fine.
Yeah. Well, I think, at the moment, the COVID thing is the perfect example of that.
Sure.
The perfect... It reveals a certain thing about the way in which right-wing people see their roles in society or see their place in society, that they will happily go and cough in the face of every old person they see because it's their right. Why should they wear a mask? Because everyone breathes the same air.
Yeah.
It's so obvious. Just wear a damn mask. No, you're not going to suffocate. No, it doesn't stop you from breathing. You're fine. Surgeons wear them for hours on end. It's perfectly normal. Stop being a dickhead.
The communal binds that make people happier. And in doing so, in breaking people apart into individuals, they are making people lonelier and sadder because they don't see what the connections actually bring. They believe that personal freedom in every moment is the highest possible good. And
That's hilarious because I often see right-wingers claim that that's their belief. That's funny.
Yeah.
They have forgot that in the pursuit of liberty in this sense, they have actually made people sadder and more alone and deprived them of the duties and obligations that give people meaning. So the thing that's super important...
Well, this is the thing that annoys me with
to show them what
the capitalist approach to
really
things.
think,
Oh, sorry.
and to show them...
We could just pause here.
Yeah.
This is what annoys me about the capitalist way of doing things in regards to what she's saying here. That what actually makes people feel alone and less connected to the society around them is the fact that because of things like the consumerism and the kind of individualization of the unit of the one person, the kind of cult of the individual, if you will, amongst capitalism, and self gratification as like the ultimate goal, or the that sort of thing. People have been completely destroyed from their concepts of society. Like literally, Margaret Thatcher said that there was no such thing as society, and that was the very sort of core of the kind of Reaganomics thing, right?
Yeah.
That's what's made people feel more alone and disconnected from the world, because you just work a million hours a week and you've got no money and there's no connection. I know people who've lived next door to one another for years and don't know each other because they only really go home to sleep.
Yeah.
Because they're just units of production at this point. It's soulless. It's disgusting.
Them how we think, instead of just random rules and puritanism that they think that we believe in because of social media and movies and pop culture.
Or it's because we've known conservatives and we deal with conservatives and we understand the consequences of conservatism.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that they give credence to your arguments in the first place, just because you are giving them reason to understand how you think and why you think that way. So those were my 6 ways to talk to liberals, to convince liberals, to have a conversation with liberals, and to really try and understand them and have them understand us. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video. Let me know in the comments, have you read Jonathan Haidt's The Righteous Mind? I really enjoyed it. I thought that it had a lot.
Was this
to
a
teach
video
us,
about
and
elephants?
I would love to hear your thoughts. If you haven't read the book,
I think that's it. That's what I got out of this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Elephants.
Yeah.
Cool.
I learned nothing else. I learned something about how not to ride elephants or something. That's, yeah.
Well, I wonder what the comments are like on this.
Yeah.
How to talk to liberals. Pay YouTube so you show up on their feeds for about a week every few months.
Yes.
She talks about liberals like a troubled kid she's decided to take pity on.
Yeah, people. That's what the point I was making. That she literally just talks down to people. She's not actually having a conversation with anyone. She's saying, "Listen, liberals, I know the truth. You just need to do what I think."
Yeah. She's really good at giving people headaches.
True.
Okay. That's Abby Shapiro.
Good.
Let me switch over to the other capture. Coolio. Oh, I gotta take my screen share off.
Oh, we'll be doing one of mine. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, before hang on a second. Oop, hang on. I need to share a thing. I was going to show because someone wanted to see my cat. You've seen people just saw Lupine, so I might as well show my cat. Hang on a second. How do I do that? If I just show you on OBS, I think
Yeah,
it would be okay. Okay, and I'll go on to camera. 1 second. Oh. Yep. There he is, the boy.
it's not. You're like frozen on the thing for me, so I can't see.
Oh no. Oh, what's happened? Oh. Hang on. Oh, dude. He's not going to pose for very long. Why is my OBS stopped? Oh no. Am I still broadcasting? 0 bits. Oh no. My stream gone down. Why is it doing no stream data? What happened? Why has it done this? Oh no. 1 second.
Okay.
I don't know what it's doing now. It's yeah. I don't know why it's paused like that. Yeah. Do you want to read while I'm sorting out? Do you want to read through your bits messages and stuff?
Sure, I have many of them.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dr. Xanadu says, "Good morning, Hannah," and second person with sexy accent. A Colston with 20 bits. "Are you guys going to watch Bass FCZ together? I know you both hate Bass FCZ with a passion. Both of you have made videos on him." Oh, God, he's so bad. Priority 76, thank you for following. Lil Monty, thank you for following. Hoykaman, thank you for resubscribing. Avadra, thank you for following. The Daily Bum, the Dairy Bum, thank you for following. Daddy Sume, "Hannah, you need to apologize to Minnesota for not living here." Purple Nickel with 100 bits. "Hannah, send help. My dad and stepmom are watching Duck Dynasty, but I have to stay in the living room or I'll be antisocial. Not like this." Jan C's, thank you for following. King Shrooms, thank you for following. Noir Cooldown, thank you for following. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. "Do you think Osama, even in his wildest dreams, could have dreamt up a scenario for his plan, that he could have succeeded this much?" P-Meal. This is a question for Kevin.
Yep.
It says, "Don't mean to derail, but I have a question for Kevin. In your Descent of the Manosphere series you made, degrading comments to a female YouTuber you were critiquing, did you eventually apologize for what you said? Critiquing her was understandable, but the sexual comments were not okay," someone asked. I have no idea what that's reference to.
Yeah. Who's that referencing? Sorry.
I don't
And
know.
what did I say that was
It
bad?
didn't
I
say
don't
their
know.
specific person.
Okay. Apologies.
Okay.
Well, if that person wants to contact me, I'll respond.
Okay. Purple Nickel with 100 bits. "Hannah, I almost forgot. I've been watching a lot of Disney recently, and in Hunchback of Notre Dame, January 6th with Topsy-Turvy Day. The irony. That's not what Disney meant." Cold Stare, thank you for resubscribing. Emmanuel1225, thank you for following. Psycho Not Jojo, thank you for following. Ivy Evan 5, thank you for following. Albatrotsky with 100 bits. "Awesome stream. We found Belsthar this morning when he woke up, so it's all good." Oh, good. I know you were having trouble finding him. P-Meal, thank you for following. Bui Pie 17, thank you for following. Barbados, thank you for following. Fu Manchu with 75 bits. "How many people have hijabs killed in the last 100 years? Bet it's fewer than guns have killed." Enreath with 30 bits. "The Hats of Congress." Oh, God, there's so many of these. Dr. Xanadu, thank you for resubscribing. Says, "I resubbed like a week and a half ago, and I didn't feel like I had a message to share, but Twitch keeps trying to get me to do it, so here I am doing things." Windchanter with 20 bits. "Senate Majority Leader gets a Pope hat." Sheep in the Box, thank you for following. Free Range GMOs, thank you for following. Gatsby Cat 20, thank you for following. Amhazi, thank you for following. Did you get your thing to work?
I'm gonna have to start a new stream on my end.
Okay.
But we can.
They followed up with another thing. They said, "Hey, Kevin, I'm referring to when you called Shoe on Head a male reproductive cell bucket." Oh, I see. And barely
well, that
legal.
wasn't.
The video has been made private, but there are still references to it online. It was a while ago, but it wasn't great.
Oh yes, no, that was an old piece of drama. Yeah, that wasn't actually in my series. That wasn't in my series, The Descent of the Manosphere at all. That was in a separate video when I was a very young creator, and I said a stupid thing. I apologized both to Siobhan Heading and her then partner, Armored Skeptic, for that, and they accepted that response. The apology is still on my channel now. If you want to go and see that, and with me and Shu are okay now. I wouldn't say necessarily friends, but we follow each other on Twitter and stuff. So
Okay.
she seems okay with it. I mean, I'm not expecting anyone else to say to be okay with it, but I've apologized for that mistake, and I've certainly moved on past it. I hope everyone else can.
Okay. Spicy but not too spicy, thank you for following. Muggsy Bogues, thank you for following. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. "Would I F Mitch McConnell? No, there's not enough lube in the world to make that sandy a-hole affable." Jesus Christ. Ryalan86, thank you for following. Towing24 with 20 bits. "She represents parts of Queens and the Bronx, you alcoholic clown." Ashyboo74 with 100 bits. "Hi, Hannah, I know you'll read this at the end, but I wanted to let you know you look great today, and the stream has been super fun so far." Thank you. Lumi, thank you again for rating. May Hoyville Arts, thank you for following. Canola Oil, thank you for following. AP Askill, thank you for following. God, this is a lot of followers. Lazy Paradox, thank you for following. Sapien9, thank you for following. Glimmering1, thank you for following. Lisa is a blogger, thank you for following. Smalite, thank you for following. Sketch for Summer, thank you for following. D4 Jesus, thank you for following. Did Gurry Dude, thank you for following. P Meal, thank you for gifting a sub. Corpus Active, thank you for following. Quill the Queer, thank you for following. Canola Oil, thank you for subscribing. LMFAO365, thank you for following. Dolly Avenyani with 100 bits. I forgot someone else was in this stream, so I was confused at the extra voice when I pulled up the stream just now. Spectre of None, thank you for following. Sky Comet Fallen, thank you for following. Super Fight Robot, thank you for following. Jake Unti Bowl Ox, thank you for 20 bits. Say hi to Kev for me. I've been told to say hi.
Hello.
L Raffis, thank you for following. P Meal, oh, that's the same one I just did. Lord Necro with 20 bits. Do you think once Trump is out of the eye of the public, his approval rating will go up like most presidents? Oh, that's tough. He's pretty weird, even in comparison to like George W. Bush, so I don't know. Maybe. Probably at least somewhat.
Probably. I think so. I think the way that people have tried to rehabilitate George Bush, and George Bush was very and rightly hated because of his war crimes and stuff, and people try and rehabilitate him. So whoever the next person, the Tucker Carlson 2024, everyone will be like, well, yeah, Trump was bad, but Tucker's so much worse.
Maybe.
Like,
I think the difference might be that even though George W. Bush was evil, he acted like a sort of good old boy, you know, you could have a beer with him type of bullshit. Like, he committed fucking war crimes, but, you know, he acted like he was this dummy, you know, backwoods Texan. Trump is just an asshole to everyone all the time, so I think it's harder to rehabilitate him when he is actively, like, being a dick to everyone around him. Who knows, though?
Yeah.
Honestly, him being off of Twitter will probably help rehabilitate him more than anything else, because he isn't able to say awful shit every single day.
True, although it's been a real breath of fresh air just not having him around.
Yeah.
Like, I would always, I know, I think a lot of people fell into this. When something happened, you'd go and check what Trump had to say about it, because you know it was going to be some dumb stuff. But now I'm glad I don't know what he thinks about things, because it's always stupid. Why do I need to know the stupid thing?
Yeah.
It's really dumb.
And then,
for some reason...
Flamdar, thank you for following. I'm caught up.
Cool. Well, for some reason, my OBS doesn't seem to want to work at all. So we'll just stream on this channel, I suppose.
Okay.
My channel doesn't want to work. Okay, whatever. Anyway. So, yes. Did we want to take a look at Clapper?
Sure.
Yeah. It's in line with the sort of MAGA cope type stuff that you've looked at in your channel before. Clapper is conservative / fash TikTok, in essence, because they keep getting kicked off TikTok because they're horrible people.
Yeah.
And it's a combination of like MAGA people and sovereign citizen idiots and stuff, and they put out these little sort of 1 and 2 minute videos, and some of them are amazing. The MAGA cope on this is just beautiful. So I've got a series of these silly little videos if we want to take a look. Can you see that?
Hold on. Now I can, yes.
Yes, okay. So we'll take a look at these.
Okay.
For everyone who watched President Trump's farewell speech, I hope you listened very carefully to what he was saying. But I also hope you were paying attention to the background. If you look at the flags that were behind him, you will have noticed the gold fringe on them. You better get your popcorn ready, because it's about to be one hell of a movie that you're about to see.
Oh, God. Can I go over this? Because I know about the gold fringe shit.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Good night, everyone.
For those that don't know, this tends to be a sovereign citizen thing, but it's bled over into the QAnon stuff because there is there's a lot of crossover at this point between sovereign citizens and QAnon people. Sovereign citizens believe that the gold fringe on a flag, meaning there are flags that are just American flags, but then there are also American flags that have that, you know, gold fringe on the outside. Sovereign citizens believe a variety of different things depending on who you ask. Some believe that it means that it's something to do with an admiralty court or a maritime law court They believe that it means that if you're in a courtroom and there's a gold fringe flag, that it's not actually a normal courtroom, it's a maritime law courtroom. This is bullshit. This has nothing to do with anything. This isn't how anything works. QAnon people believe it means a variety of different things too, in regard to like, oh, it's the real United States flag or some other bullshit. It's all nonsense. Some flags have gold fringe, some don't. It doesn't mean anything specific. The flag code of the United States just says it can have a gold fringe. It means nothing specific. It's just an aesthetic choice.
Indeed. And sort of in line with this guy is one of my favorites, Josh Shannon or something like that. He's full on MAGA cope, full on weird conspiracy stuff, but he's sort of new to the conspiracies.
Okay.
He's a lot of fun.
So guys, turns out I was wrong. Donald Trump is not going to be inaugurated tomorrow, January 20th. But neither is Joe Biden. So I guess it all starts in 1871.
Of course it does.
Because that's how long it's been since this has actually been a country.
Oh no!
Yeah, he's this guy.
Some of these QAnon people believe that America ceased being a country in whenever he said 1870 something, and they believe it became a corporation, and that Trump is going to come back and reinstate the Union and dismantle the United States Corporation. This is the kind of shit that like Marcel Bissett believes. If you've seen my other sovereign citizen stuff,
yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, I'm a judge, bitch.
I'm a judge. You're fucked.
He mentioned you as well, didn't he, in a video?
He did, and then he deleted those videos because I pointed out I had to go through those videos because he was screaming racial slurs and doxing people throughout them, so I had to go through and bleep like every 30 seconds. And I said in the video, like, Marcel, you're going to want to delete these videos, otherwise you're going to get banned from YouTube. And he did, so I'm glad he took my advice. I need to milk that lol cow for all it's worth. I don't want him getting deleted off YouTube.
He's quite something, isn't he? Yeah.
We've been a corporation owned by the City of London. This is how far back this goes. We actually haven't been a country, guys. All intel says that Pelosi, Biden, Harris, Pence, all of them are going to be picked up. And
that didn't happen.
When the inauguration comes around, there'll be nobody ratified by the Senate to take the seat.
The video
Therefore,
froze.
Oh, has it?
The contract with the City of London is null and void.
You can still hear it, though.
Is it because I've got two sets of tabs open? I think when I go onto the other one, you can still hear it, but the video freezes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, because I'm trying to set up my other OBS to try and get anything going. Doesn't really matter, but I don't want to be like just on. I said simulcast, so hang on a second. Let's see if I can actually. Is this gonna go? Come on. This might be broadcasting on a second thing now. Hang on a second. Hang on. What window capture? No, actually, I'll just put it on the screen. That's fine. Yeah. Okay.
This, in fact, is why the military is as dense as they are in D.C. because they will take custody of the United States. That's why all along this coast, from there to there, and all along this coast, from there to there, our Navy is lined up. You can see them as far as the horizon goes. From north all the way to south, there is naval ships. That's why all in this region right here, there's so many aircraft, it's like you can't even see through it when you look at the radar. That's why the military is standing up all across this region. They will take control tomorrow. And then...
Just want to clarify that they did not take control the day after this.
Oh, good. I was wondering.
Yeah.
All the evidence of the fraud will show that Trump won overwhelmingly. And then
that's my favourite piece of the nonsense in all of this. It's not just like if Trump did win, which obviously he didn't,
Yeah.
It would have been by the tiniest, merest fraction of
No,
nothingness, right?
but-
It would have been like hair's width difference, right?
But don't you
In places like-
understand? The last 4 years were so amazing and great for everyone that everyone who hates Trump was convinced that he was great, and that's why he won in a 50-state landslide.
He did. Clearly, he did. You've learnt well from Sidney Powell, I say. It's good.
Mhm.
It's good. She's one of the foremost legal minds of a. I hope she gets disbarred. Anyway, it's so perfectly on brand. It's so Trumpian that he can't just have won. He has to have won in the biggest blowout. He has to have won in a Tim Pool-esque 49-state blowout.
Yeah.
No, California hate him. New York hate him. Lots of places absolutely despise the man. He's the least popular president of modern times.
Yeah.
Like that, and because of the Electoral College, he was still in it. It was still a race. It was still reasonably close. And by the way, amazing stat. You know, it's a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Democratic 50 senators represent 41 million more Americans than their Republican counterparts.
Yep. It's
41 million.
I understand
insane.
why, when the country was founded, that was a consideration, because as time has gone on, the country has gone from more individual states existing as sort of their own thing to more of a federalist system where we, give more power to the federal government and consider the country as a whole as opposed to individual states. But, it is so outdated now and such a bad idea.
It's
terrible.
ridiculous, yeah. Well, one of my solutions was the Dakotas and Montana get one senator. No one lives there. Why would you? What? They get six. They get 6 senators, the 3 of them.
Someone
Ridiculous.
asked me to tell you they can't hear you on YouTube.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because my mic is. Jesus Christ! I'm so good at this, everyone. This is amazing. I've had to go into my backup OBS, and it's just on the screen, and I don't have the chat up or anything. It's a nightmare. Anyway, but yeah, so you should now be able to hear me on in my dulcet tones, and we'll continue with this smooth-brained fool.
From what I've heard, in March, he will be the 19th president of the United States. The last time we had an actual president of this country was Ulysses S. Grant. Of course, he was the 18th president. So Trump will be the 19th president of the United States.
True. Mind-blowing stuff. Oh, this is just quite a sad little clip. Like, it's sort of, he doesn't seem like a bad guy necessarily, but just weird sort of toxic masculinity or whatever.
Hello, America. So a lot of you have been asking me if I saw Donald Trump's farewell speech, and yep, I watched it live. My wife looked at me, she was like, "Don't cry." I was like, "I'm not crying." "You're crying." In all seriousness, I was not crying.
He wasn't crying.
Jeez.
He wasn't crying, everyone. It's fine. Oh, this guy's incredible. This guy was a Trump supporter who's now furious because Trump didn't do a coup.
They still can't hear you on YouTube, they say, for the record.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't make any bleeding sense. 1 second. Settings. Audio, I suppose? Hang on a second. Apologies, everyone. Properties. Okay. There we go. Now it's showing up on the thing. Awesome. Right. Yeah, so here we go. The reincarnation of Karl Marx, I think. With his weird take about how Trump is weak and pathetic.
Respected anything else from this country. The military is a fucking weak-ass country. We can't even hardly beat a little ragtag fucking outfit like fucking Afghanistan. We was over there for fucking, 10 years or better, and didn't accomplish nothing.
Only 10 years, apparently. It's fine. Cut it in half. Yeah, it's all good.
Got our asses handed to us. Same with Iraq, same with Iran.
With Iran? Did I miss an invasion there?
No, you didn't.
No.
Trump did strike it,
He
and
tried.
he did assassinate a general, but no invasion, not yet.
Well, that's the thing that annoyed me when they go, well, he didn't start any new wars. It wasn't for lack of trying.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you assassinate one of their generals, Iran would have been perfectly within their rights to have responded, let's say. I'm not going to say justify any nonsense. I don't want war. But they'd have been perfectly justified because that was an act of war.
Yep.
They killed a guy who was there on the being allowed there by the sovereign nation of Iraq, you know, and they murdered him.
This country's a fucking joke, and the people in it's a joke. And Donald Trump is a fucking bitch that is a joke right with him. Fucking weak ass, pathetic. Man.
Salty.
About 30 years ago, they should have killed every fucking baby that was born for the last 30 years because they're nothing but fucking weak little.
Wow, coming in spicy with the anti-natalism genocide content. All right.
But can I just say, one of the people in this call would make the cut there, and one wouldn't. Because I am 33, so I'm survived, yo. I survived his weird... Like, I like the idea of people bodily autonomy, so I'm fine with, like, you know, abortion. This guy's taking it to a slightly weird level, though. Just kill all of the babies.
You know what? That's fine. Life is so weird anyway. I don't need to participate. That's okay.
Like, you're just gonna miss the downfall of humanity anyway. So probably the best.
Yeah.
Fucking spineless, fucking trash. And ain't just the young ones. The older motherfuckers are a bunch of coward bitches too. Nobody will stand up. There will not be one person stand up and do a fucking thing in this country. They'll sit back and they'll take this shit. This is the shit that Pence and Trump and Biden and Harris shoved down our throat, and they're 4 peas in a fucking pod.
I'll just say this guy voted for Donald Trump, was a massive fan, but because he didn't do a coup, now he's just like Harris and Biden. Okay, babe, that's fine. This guy again. What is it with white guys in cars? Stop.
I think it's because it's an easy, relatively soundproof area. That's been my theorizing, because I deal with a lot of that stuff, and I'm sure you do too. I think it's because it's a controlled environment for noise, and you're outside in the daylight usually, so lighting's not as much of a concern. At least that's my guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably true. But they're just kind of trash.
Yeah.
Whenever you see a video that starts out like this, immediately red flags. Like, I don't know anything about this man at this point, but I'm thinking he's probably awful.
Yeah.
It's January 19th. I'm done hearing about this 11-hour shit. Nobody's been pardoned. No receipts have been dropped. Obamagate did not get
just for the record, he did pardon. Was it Lil Wayne? Was it
Lil Wayne?
I think he did pardon Lil Wayne. So
a weird, corrupt former mayor of, was it Detroit or something?
I don't remember where it was.
Somewhere, and I looked into some of his crimes. There's no way he should be free. There's no fucking way he should be out. He didn't get a Joe Exotic in his massive limousine.
Oh God.
No.
I'm so
tragic.
I'm glad, because he did want to pay someone to murder someone, but man, season 2 of Tiger King could have been so lit. I'm so sad.
Oh yeah. Well, you know for a fact they were filming.
Oh
they
yeah.
were definitely filming. That was going to be the big opener for season 2.
Yeah.
He gets out of jail. This time he's definitely going to kill her. There's no way he's not going to, or something.
He's got to rebuild his tiger empire. It's him buying tigers and shit.
Yeah. But I like, because I feel quite, in a way, quite sad, but in a way, it must be the easiest day's work they ever had. The limo people.
Yeah.
Who just pulled up into a parking lot, sat there for 6 hours, and then drove off.
Did you
they got paid for that.
Did you see Joe Exotic's statement after he didn't get pardoned from Trump?
Yeah, he was too gay.
He said, "I'm too innocent and too gay to be pardoned by Trump."
I mean, he might be the latter. He certainly isn't the former.
Yeah.
Not a chance.
Fine. Unless he takes over with military force tonight, it's crystal clear that we've been grifted. And not only have we been grifted, he was in on this. And my thinking behind all of it is he was the way that these fuckers could use. He was the way to gun confiscation. He identified any dissenters. All of his rhetoric, all of the fucking pushing and hold the line, all of that narrative, he knew it would amp us up. Look at the 6th. That was clearly a trap.
So, Donald Trump's entire presidency was a honey trap to get them to do the thing on the 6th so that they could do gun confiscation.
I like the strategy of any time you do anything stupid saying it's a trap. I'm going to start using that. Like if I forget to switch the laundry over or something and I go the next day and it's sort of like mildewy because it's been sitting wet all night. Ah, it's a trap. Yeah. That's how you do it.
True, but then you'll turn into Admiral Akbar. Which is fine.
Yeah, sure.
There are worse people to be.
I'll be a Mon Calamari.
It wasn't a trap for any other reason than to justify taking the Second Amendment. It's already happening with the First Amendment.
Oh, God. They've been pushing this for decades.
I want you guys to think about this. With everything that's gone on in the past year, and with what's happened with the Capitol, and how they're pushing that narrative, if you were from the outside looking in, it would be a pretty good argument to start confiscating guns.
Yeah, but they're not going to do that.
There's nothing funny about the tools
Well, apart from
of capitalism.
if you're a felon, you can't have a gun, I believe, isn't it?
Sure, they are going to confiscate the guns of the people who get charged with federal felonies in the January 6th thing. But outside of that, no, they're not going to.
They're smart enough to know that they can't fully take over this country without taking our guns.
That's my favourite piece of nonsense of the gun debate, is them saying, we need to keep our guns because if a government turns tyrannical. Motherfucker, do you think you and Billy Bob and your small arms collection are going to take on the most powerful military ever? They could drone strike you into oblivion and you'd never have to meet them on a battlefield ever.
Yeah, it's always stupid. Like, you don't own any tanks. You don't own...
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And it's true to a degree even on, say, the left, that... I'm not necessarily opposed to gun rights or anything like that.
Sure.
But the idea that you're going to do a revolution with your small arms collection is nonsense.
No.
Like,
I've made jokes about it before, but anyone who thinks they're going to take anything over with, like, civilian hardware is delusional.
Yeah, it's absolute nonsense. In order for anything like that, you'd have to get a very significant portion of the armed forces on board before doing anything.
Yes.
But you shouldn't do that because the US government is very good in all ways. And therefore, I shouldn't be extradited to America. Yes. What screen am I looking at? There we go.
Some people might ask, well, why the charade? Well, I'll tell you, this entire 4-year charade was simply to identify all of us who they perceived as somebody who would be a dissenter. And that paves the way to taking our guns. It's really as simple as that. I don't know what else to make of it. But it's crystal clear to me that Trump isn't going to drop any fucking receipts. There's not going to be any fucking 11th hour bullshit. Julian Assange hasn't even been pardoned.
I love that they thought he was ever going to do that.
I actually saw on the QAnon Great Awakening website, some of them think that Trump secretly pardoned him and the other guy whose name's escaping me at the moment, the other whistleblower guy. Snowden. Yes. And that they're just not telling anyone.
Well, they should probably tell the prison guards in London, because otherwise, because Julian Assange is still in prison.
Yeah.
So, well, actually, that wouldn't actually. No, that's back up. He doesn't have control over those people. So even if you pardon them for crimes in America, he would still be in jail here.
Sure.
Yeah. But I mean, Anyway, I thought it was good that he didn't get extradited because, I mean, he's a prick, but he's he doesn't deserve to be like executed in America or something. Anyway. So, hot take there. Spicy take, I know. This one is quite sad in a way, but also remember this person's... I can't say the S word.
Nope.
Which rhymes with gimp.
Anyway. She's bootlicking for someone.
Bootlicking for a fascist.
Sure.
So, but this is actually quite sad. This is where the QAnon Trump thing has genuinely messed with some damaged people.
Yeah.
I am sorry to all of the people that held on and had false hope. I just didn't want people to feel hopeless, and I really had faith that this was gonna turn in our favor. I never believed that God was gonna allow the evil to take over again. I don't understand why. I don't understand why God would put President Trump in the White House to do so many good things.
What good things?
I've not heard any of them explain exactly what the good things are, other than they'll do like platitudes like jobs. Okay, what did he do to bring jobs? And,
yeah,
you know, he kind of fucked up coronavirus response so badly that we have the highest unemployment numbers since like the Great Depression. So how's that going for you?
Yeah, and it wasn't just that, but even it gets even weirder when they won't. At least jobs is a thing,
yeah.
You know. Whereas they'll say things like, "He took on political correctness."
Yeah.
What does that mean? What do you mean he said racist things?
Yeah, that's what they mean. They're dog whistling that he did racist things, and they like that.
Yeah.
To reveal all of the evilness that was in the world that most of us, a lot of us, didn't know the extent of until he pulled the curtains back. And now we just have to live with it. I don't know why. I don't know why God put the people that kill babies and hate and want to live their lives completely opposite of his word. Why they succeed in a lie, and why the people that serve him.
Well, because clearly God wants us to kill babies.
It's so frustrating to me that people like this put up Donald Trump as like a pro-lifer. I would bet my house that Donald Trump has paid for no fewer than 3 abortions in his life.
Oh yeah,
and that's
I have no doubt about it. Yeah.
I am lowballing it. Okay, Donald Trump does not give a shit about abortion. He just doesn't.
No. There's even...
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, there's even video of him when he was a Democrat in New York, of him saying, yeah, I agree with abortion rights. It's fine.
Yeah. It's stupid. And you know what's funny? I always find the people who talk about Donald Trump as this, like, bastion of conservative values or whatever. In 2000, in the 2000 election, Donald Trump ran for president in the Reform Party. And one of his platform things was universal health care. Like, he's just an opportunist. He's an opportunist who wants power, and if he thinks he can get power by espousing certain beliefs, he will do so. He's using these people, and they don't even understand.
Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating, because... and the same with the Q people. How Donald Trump became a hero of Q is ridiculous when... he was literally friends with Epstein.
Yeah.
Not just that there are 1 or 2 pictures of them together, which wouldn't mean anything. He was friends with him for years and years. There's no way he didn't know what was going on. There's literally him saying that he walked into the backstage area of the Teen Miss World thing with children unchanging. Like, what? How can you say he's a campaigner against pedophilia?
Yeah.
Nonsense.
Crazy.
And live their life as best as they can by his law. Continue to suffer. And now the left is going to say that we're the snowflakes.
Yeah.
And we're the ones having meltdowns. But it's so different because they were upset because they thought their right to kill their children was going to be taken. And their right to cut their dicks off was going to be taken.
Ooh.
I'll have you know, they don't cut it off, okay? They take it and they basically invert it. It's more complicated than that, but I know. I'm planning on getting that surgery. So chill out and maybe stop with the transphobia. Not cool.
But the Orange Daddy's going to take away their rights to scream at people who want bodily autonomy.
I can't say racist things anymore. Well, you shouldn't have been already, so chill out.
Yeah. And in terms of the snowflake thing, like I've done, you played it on stream yesterday. Thank you very much. The MAGA cringe compilations on my channel. I've enjoyed them enormously, and I'm glad everyone else has too. That's been 4 years in the making, because I was for years annoyed with this leftist SJW cringe, blah blah blah. Because I knew they were the real like snowflakes. If it's a horrible phrase, but you get the idea.
Yeah. As
you can see from this, he didn't lose the election, but they'll bitch and scream and moan and go on about satanic pedophiles taking over. It's Joe Biden. He's like the most milquetoast man in the world.
Yeah.
This reaction is hysterical. So I thought, oh, well, I'm taking the piss out of them then.
We are upset because our lives, our freedoms, everything that we knew for the last 4 years is going to be undone. And everything that was evil, that was exposed, is going to be swept under the...
What freedoms exactly do they think are going to be taken from them?
I honestly have absolutely no idea. I don't know.
Yeah. This is one of my favourite ones. This is a new conspiracy thing.
Okay.
And it's a lot of fun.
Okay, guys, so it's going to get creepier. You ready? Rh negative blood, the rarest blood type in the world. 15% of the world's population have it. Just 15%. But the majority of our presidents have it. And it's so weird because through genealogy...
I don't know how they know the blood type of, like, George Washington.
Let me see if there are, like, can you... what?
I don't know.
Were the president's blood types? I'm going to get put on a list for Googling this.
Probably.
Blood types of U.S. presidents. Am I a spam robot? I am not. Oh, God. Google's
You weren't
telling
planning
me...
on flying anywhere anytime soon, were you?
No. It's fine. Some freaky factoids. These three public figures share something that less than 1% of humanity, blah, 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 blah. AB negative blood type, the rarest blood type and universal plasma donor. Nature of antigen, blah, 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 blah. AB is the rarest, but Rh negative blood is rare regardless of the group. Okay. So here we have Donald Trump, Barack Obama, George Bush, George W. Bush and George Bush, Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford, Richard Nixon, Lyndon B. Johnson, John F. Kennedy, Eisenhower, and Truman all had that blood type.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
But I would hazard a guess that they don't know the blood type of Washington and the first.
No.
Probably 20 or something.
8 of the last 13 presidents had Rh negative blood.
Okay.
Or O negative or whatever. I don't know what the exact thing is. It's interesting.
Well, that is interesting. That genuinely is. But do you want to hear this person's incredibly big brain take on it?
Sure.
You find out that the majority of these people are actually freaking related. So, did you know that Obama is actually related to Sarah Palin somehow through genealogy? And whenever you put all these people together, you realize that except for Rover, they all have one common denominator. King John. That is right. They're all...
King John.
Is that like I don't know, the kings of England. Is that an English king?
That's Magna Carta.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. So, well, I'll let her explain her amazing theory.
Okay.
All related to King John somehow. The same King John that signed the Magna Carta. So, is it possible that this royal bloodline has been empowered this whole freaking time? But wait, the rabbit hole goes deeper.
Now, I don't know what the rabbit hole goes deeper with, but apparently there's a royal bloodline that's been in control of America forever.
That's honestly hilarious considering she picked that guy because the Magna Carta took a lot of powers away from the king and delegated it to Parliament, but okay.
It did. And I like the fact that she chose the one guy who's obviously, at least, you know, these people would say, you know, because he's black, he couldn't possibly be part of that, but apparently he is. And also, she doesn't know about the presidents. Sarah Palin wasn't president.
Yeah.
So what difference does that make to anything? Madness, but I love it. I love, the royal bloodline, of course, naturally. Oh, this guy's nice. They don't like identity politics, yo.
All right, check it out. No hate, just facts. So the first day in office, the first person Joe Biden fired was a black man. The Surgeon General. What did he do so wrong to you, Joe Biden?
What did he do so wrong? I would guess mishandling of COVID. We have, hold on, let me double check what the numbers are right now. U.S. COVID deaths.
So it's like 400,000 plus, isn't it, at this point?
At this point, it is 417,000. It's starting to trend downward a little bit, but we're just coming off our peak back on the like 16th, 15th, between those.
But you're still having a 9/11 every day.
Yes, we are having 3,000 deaths a day, roughly.
Yeah, so that's what the guy did. Like, was he necessarily the only reason for it? No. Donald Trump was definitely a massive impediment, but the fact that Donald Trump put him in place would suggest that he's probably not the best man for the job.
Yeah.
Although, of course, though he's with is it assistant health secretary or something? Is the trans woman that the right wing are losing their shit about?
Yep. She's like the assistant director of the Department of Health or something. I've seen, oh my god, the posts I've seen on that, they are not fun to read.
No. But apparently she's not qualified for the job, even though she was Secretary of State for Health, or Secretary of Health in Pennsylvania
for 3 years. Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently Pennsylvania did pretty well by comparison to a lot of other states.
Yeah.
But she's not qualified. Okay, I don't know how that works, but like I do, they're hateful pricks. But
yeah.
Answer me that question. And then y'all call Donald Trump a racist.
Just because he is. It's outrageous.
Wow. You stole the election, Joe. You stole the election, sleepy, creepy Joe.
Well, hang on. If you got outmaneuvered by a sleepy, creepy Joe, then you must be an idiot.
He's Sleepy Joe, who spent the election in his basement or something, but he was able to successfully pull off the greatest crime in history. He successfully coordinated hundreds and hundreds of thousands of false votes somehow with no one spilling the beans. These people are so inconsistent. It's frustrating.
When you say that, I don't know about you, but I often engage in serious voter fraud in my sleep.
You know, the funny thing is, and hey, I'm not for voter fraud if it existed, you know, in any significant numbers, but like, in terms of coordinating for like COVID response at this point, I might consider hiring the guy who was able to coordinate in secret hundreds and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of votes, right? Like, that guy clearly knows what he's doing in terms of coordinating large operations.
Yeah. If you've got the logistics skills to deliver millions of ballots, you can do millions of doses of vaccine.
Yeah.
It's all good.
There you go.
Yeah. Makes sense. Trump couldn't. He couldn't even keep a conversation with his people in his own party in Georgia quiet.
Nope.
Man's an idiot. He's like, that's the thing, he's not just a fraudster, he's one of the most embarrassingly incompetent fraudsters ever.
Yeah.
And now you're letting your racist side show. You say that you want to unite this country. Stop racism. But the first person you fire is a black man. Don't look too good on you, Joe.
Really? Who cares? He was He was really bad at his job, obviously.
Did you know that firing anyone who isn't white is automatically racism, even if they're incompetent at their job?
Absolutely. Except if it's like a private company doing it, in which case that can't be racism, because racism doesn't exist in modern America. Simple. It's simple.
Jesus forever. Rig 2020.
Clapper.
Well, thank you. I've got a couple more, and then we can get on to whatever else you wanted to do. Are we on a time thing at all today, or
not any specific? No.
Okay. Oh, this one's quite. Actually, there's a couple here. There's a British one as well, which warms my heart.
Good afternoon, my fellow patriots. No need to worry. So listen, the interaction law is in place now. What Trump wrote back in 2018 is now in place, which stated anybody who commits treason on our country will be arrested.
What accent is that? It's so, like, what region?
I don't know. It's very odd. I couldn't pick it out. But also I like the fact that she thinks that because Trump wrote in 2018 that treason is illegal, that's the only reason it's illegal. I think it's always been illegal to do treason.
Yeah,
like everywhere.
that probably would have been an oversight to be like, you know what, you have the freedom to commit treason if you want. Go for it. Benedict Arnold, do it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, God.
Military will take place. This is why Washington right now looks like a fucking prison. Let me go further. So, basically, when Trump said yesterday in his farewell speech, "You will be seeing me soon. The new administration is going to be amazing." The new administration is the military. So, Biden had to commit treason on American soil in order for the interaction law to be pursued. Now it can be. Are you following me, fellow patriots? I know you libtards aren't. But
I'm definitely not. No, that's true.
No, she's right.
Anyways, so over these next several days, you're going to see several thousand troops go home, but 6,500 of them are going to stay in D.C. and take care of business.
No, they're there because, you'll try to do a little bit of an insurrection.
Yeah.
And there's a thing coming up, the trial of Donald Trump. So they're expecting maybe some trouble. So a few thousand are going to stick around until, was it early February they're doing it now?
I think that was the extension for the 6,500 or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, so that's why they're there. Yeah. Also, oh God, this talking point's so annoying. They're going to, there was more there than there were during the Civil War. Yeah, the population was like a quarter of the size in the Civil War.
Yeah.
So it's not relevant anyway.
Also, what you saw was pre-recorded. All of that was pre-recorded yesterday.
Was it?
Inauguration.
No.
The inauguration was
upside down.
You think someone would have noticed, because that's like literally in the open.
Yeah.
You can fly like drones and stuff and film.
People
from
like
afar.
live in Washington, D.C. and they work there. They could have looked and seen with binoculars or whatever.
Yeah, you'd think so, but... Oh, this guy, hang on. I haven't finished with her yet, but this guy's come back. He's my favourite. Sorry.
Okay. If y'all didn't see that. And if you didn't notice, Obama, Hillary, they were all looking around. Bill Gates, excuse me. Bill Gates is also in all of this too. But,
She's like a QAnon pigeon. She just sees a new thing and it's like, oh, Bill Gates is in there and Bill Clinton and Obama. God almighty.
What's his name? Bill Clinton. He was asleep. He didn't have any worries because he's already confessed to Trump about a lot of things, but he will serve prison time.
If it's pre-recorded, you'd think, one of the people on set would have been like, Bill, hey, wake up. We're shooting a thing.
Yeah, and Bill's like, I don't care. I'm going to sleep here right now.
Oh, God.
Like that,
I turned my camera off when I did that knocking noise accidentally. Because I hit the wire. Hold on, let me fix it.
Okay.
There we go.
There we
Cool.
go. Okay.
But anyways, back to what I was saying. Sorry, I'm getting text. He had to be inaugurated in order for this act to be taken place. Okay?
Why?
So now that the act is in.
What? Yeah. Well, some of them are the goalposts have moved so far. I'm not sure they exist anymore. They're in like a quantum superposition of being everywhere at all times. Some of them think that it's 2 weeks after he gets inaugurated, he gets his first paycheck, and so he has to get paid to do the crime before they can arrest him.
I saw that one because, as we all know, if the police know for sure you're going to commit a murder, they have to let you murder the person before they can arrest you. That's how the law works.
It's amazing stuff.
We should probably write a law that's like, if you attempt to murder someone, then you can be stopped. That way we, have fewer murder victims. But
yeah. And then some think that it's going to happen in March now. They've moved back to March for some reason.
I actually know why. It's because originally under there was, I forget which amendment, but originally inauguration didn't take place until March. Because back in the day, the country was obviously, harder to traverse. It took longer for news to get from place to place. It took longer to set the inauguration up and to get invitations to everyone and to have everyone travel and to set up all the stuff for the new administration. So they just had a longer period of wait. And then there was an amendment that was passed at some point that moved it to January because, more modern for the time at least, methods of travel and stuff allowed them to do it quicker. So they believe, and this ties into the belief that, like, America stopped being a country in the 1870s or whatever that some of these QAnon people have. They believe that because in the 1870s that amendment hadn't been passed yet, that, we're going by the old rules of inauguration, which would be in March.
Yeah, but it's like everything they believe, it's obviously nonsense.
Yeah. Of course. I'm just, that's what they believe.
Yeah. Sorry, just... where are we? I've got so many bleeding screens open.
In place, you're gonna see a lot of shit go down. That's why the Capitol has all the barbed wires around it on the inside of the fence. It's nothing but wires.
Nothing but wires. Hello?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So this guy's come back. He's got a new theory. Have we got anything else beyond that? This is the last one now.
Okay.
Something a lot of people aren't talking about. The inauguration actually happened at 11:50 a.m. Now, what does that mean? Well, it's simple. We can't have two presidents at the same time.
That's not how it works.
So what does that mean for Biden?
Oh my God.
No.
Okay. So they can, and this same rhetoric happened when Obama got inaugurated too. I remember it. I don't remember if it was the first or second inauguration. Either way, right-wingers are going to do stupid stuff. So you can do the oath at basically any time. They do it close to noon because it's ceremonial. But you can do it 10 minutes before, 10 minutes after. It doesn't matter. At 12:01 p.m. is when the actual transfer of power happens. The swearing in is not literally when he becomes president. That happens at 12:01, regardless. That's ceremonial, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because they had there's footage of the nuclear football.
Yeah.
The mobile command thing for nuclear strikes, which goes with them everywhere.
Yeah.
That being transferred at exactly 12:01.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like doing ceremonial stuff about a painting or something in the West Wing or some nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's what happens. It's 12:01. But this guy's going to now say the next 4 years are illegitimate or something because of 10 minutes.
Biden. Well, I want you to go back and look at the video. And I want you to point out all the fencing that's surrounding the Capitol, or the lack thereof. Now I want you to think to yourself, I wonder when they recorded this. Evidence is all in front of you guys. Just go look. Like, follow, and comment. And if you want to get into a great group, my Clapper family is active and fun and great bunch of people. If you want to talk about this stuff, we're all like-minded people, come join. All you got to do is follow, join the group, ask to join.
Oh, okay. That's an advertisement for his Clapper group. So
Jesus Christ.
He swore in 10 minutes early on a comically massive Bible. So that's that means he's illegitimate.
Yep, that's how that works. Obviously.
Yeah. Did anyone do a timing? Did Donald Trump swear in exactly 12:01?
I don't remember when he actually got that happen. Sorry.
Because people who aren't crazy don't care, so no one thought to check. Because it doesn't matter when he signed in or signed in. Did his inauguration thing.
No.
Anyway, I'll stop sharing now. So you can put on whatever you've got next. But yeah, that's Clapper, full of the dregs that get kicked off TikTok, basically.
Let's see. We could do the Young Conservative Brothers. We could look at some posts from the QAnon website thing.
Yeah, but whatever. It's up to you and
chat. Tell me what you think. Should we do Rum 2020 or should we do these from the .win websites? Let's see what chat says.
Yeah.
Guys, stop voting for Bass FCZ. I don't want to do that asshole today.
Yeah, wow. That's a name I've not heard in a little while. Yeah, no, I covered him years ago. Yeah. He's an awful piece of trash.
He's done even worse stuff lately. It's terrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's where they go. A lot of these young guys on the internet will start with being trash bags, whether it be like I can't say something that rhymes with tin cell.
Mm-hmm.
There we go, crafty. Whether it's something like that, or like anarcho-capitalism, or men's rights movement, or something like that. Some toxic pile of garbage, and they either grow beyond that and become sensible people. They might not necessarily become leftists or anything, just basic conservatives, but like productive members of society, or they go further and further down the rabbit hole. And they become like, actually, the brilliant example is another black guy called that guy T. I don't know if you're aware of him. He started off as like an anarcho-capitalist dude, and he now calls himself a quote libertarian fascist. Yeah,
that's an oxymoron.
Literally the opposites of one another. Yeah. But because he doesn't want to be he still wants the cred of like not being a statist, but he also wants to literally kill leftists because they're like going to kill capitalism or something. So he calls himself a libertarian fascist, which is just ridiculous. I mean, it's the silliest thing you've ever heard. But there you go.
Chat, there's a poll that got started, by the way. So far, Rum 2020 is winning. So
yeah, well,
vote in the poll.
Whatever, really. Yeah. How do you do polls? I'm so bad at this.
It's a command. You do /poll, and then it gives you the stuff to fill out, so you can do a poll.
Okay. Oh, well, I might have to try that at some point.
Yeah, it's handy.
Technology is not my friend. As we saw earlier with OBS crashing. I must have pressed something when I went to turn around and grab the cat. But anyway. Yeah, Millennial Woes, another great example. Are you aware of him? The Scottish Nazi guy? Well, he got quite famous because he was outed by a newspaper here in Britain. He's like an alt-right guy. He spoke at the infamous, the Richard Spencer Hail Victory, Hail Our People thing? He spoke at that conference, right? He's like an alt-right guy, a Scottish dude, who I think he moved to Denmark, although he might have moved back now. I'm not sure. Anyway. Yeah, another example of like a guy who was just a basic libertarian, right? But clearly like a depressed, like he's clearly got some, and I don't mean to like be an armchair psychologist, but he'll say himself he's clearly mentally ill in some way. Yeah. Depression and just a very dour man. Like he literally makes videos, much like Styx Hexenhammer in his bathrobe, but like at least Styx has lights on. Whereas this guy will be sat there like in the gloom, chain smoking cigarettes, talking about ethno-states and stuff. He's a really creepy dude.
No.
But he started out as a libertarian and went further and further down the rabbit hole to the point where he's now like a Holocaust denier and talks about, the JQ and stuff. He's awful.
Yikes. Yeah. Have you seen Styx's new outfit, by the way?
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's in the, I put it in the cringe compilation. Yeah. His,
I do remember.
Yeah.
Which is
amazing.
He's not being a drama queen or anything.
Well, yeah, literally in the video, he literally says, Joe Biden's being paranoid. You're sat there in a gas mask. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, the hypocrisy is ridiculous. Anyway. Yeah.
Okay, so
But anyway.
these are the young conservative brothers who have decided in a bold move to not change any of their set dressing since, since the flags and the hats have become synonymous with losing an election and losing the popular vote twice and being impeached twice and probably being a sexual assailant. Either way, brilliant set dressing. I love Rum 2020.
They are, they're quite something, aren't they?
Yeah. So this video is Biden signing executive orders, which is putting America last. Let's take a look at what they have to say.
We are the young conservative brothers. And we're breaking the stigma that white people can't talk about race, the system, and the government. And if you are new here, don't forget to click down, subscribe.
I hate their saying. No one has ever said that white people can't talk about the government. What are they talking about?
White people are the government. What are you talking? Yeah. Well, that's nonsense. They literally just had 4 years of their white man as the president, but white people can't talk about the government. Like, just shut up.
They want to be oppressed very badly.
Subscribe and turn on notifications, get new videos when we upload them. So, I gotta say, we're back.
We're back. It's been a week.
We didn't do a video for a little bit. We took like 3 days off before the communist YouTube just shut us down for a week.
It was for the Trump videos.
Yeah, Trump videos of Trump, just speaking about we want peace.
Oh my God. Yeah, they were posting. This is interesting.
We are the young conservative.
They were posting on their channel, basically just copyright infringement.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know about this, but they stopped doing like their commentary videos for a while, and were straight up just posting stuff from like Fox News with no commentary, and I'm all for fair use. Obviously, my whole thing, my channel is based on fair use, but it's not fair use just to rip clips from like news networks and
yeah. Well, exactly. Especially if they're like super capitalist dudes, right?
Yeah.
Like Fox News own that material.
Yep.
You're literally under your paradigm. You're stealing from Fox News.
Mm-hmm.
You're stealing from the mouth, the hungry mouth of Rupert Murdoch. How will he eat?
Oh, that's a violent act. And then another one here talking, you guys are trying to organize violent issues. I don't know what you're talking about. But when Antifa and BLM
some people are saying they can't hear. Can you turn the video up slightly?
Yep.
All their stuff, and when they say they deserve it and burning down buildings, no issue at all.
Oh, wait, but there's still videos of the CCP.
Yeah.
For people who know that.
And that's the problem is everything's okay, but when
the
CCP,
the go-to argument I've seen a couple people say about like Trump getting banned from Twitter or getting banned from YouTube or anything are like, well, China still has videos up.
Oh, okay.
So that's what they're trying to say.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I didn't hear the same complaints when Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, was kicked off Twitter like 6 months ago.
No.
People were fine with that. Like, I mean, have some standards. Like, I don't mind. I don't care if Nicolas Maduro has a Twitter account either, because it's Twitter. But these people are obsessed. I mean, it's all Trump nonsense, isn't it? It's the same with the election. The only result they would have ever accepted is Trump winning. They didn't want to just count the legal votes.
Yeah.
Conservatives get cut off for a week, and we're gonna keep on coming, YouTube. At the end of the day, we're gonna keep on telling the truth.
Lol.
And this flag is staying up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rum 2020.
Commit to the losing aesthetic. I appreciate it.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I made the analogy off air about it's like a bride that gets stood up at a wedding and a week later she's still in the dress.
Yeah.
Like, it's sad. Please stop.
And the thing is, that's what YouTube and all the far left communists want. They want us to be silenced down.
YouTube is far left communist.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Don't you
it's
know?
Absolutely true.
Are you telling me that a multi-billion-dollar company, Google, is not communist? They're clearly Marxist because they banned Trump from YouTube or something. I don't know.
They've banned the surf twice.
give up because you get banned for a week. No, I'm going to keep on telling the truth at the end of the day. And people need to hear it and go revolt against you guys.
Yep, so here we have some new truth coming out, pretty much of the 17 horrible executive orders that Joe Biden has put forward.
In the first day. There has been more, but in the first day, this was the big one. So the first one I'm going to get into, it's kind of ironic. You'll understand when I'm reading it. Executive order on mask wearing on federal property.
Oh no, they're going to require people on federal property to wear masks, which frankly they should have already.
Yeah. It's one of the things you could have been done, because this is one of the strengths of America is the federal system, I understand, but one of its weaknesses can be the federal system. The federal government couldn't just tackle this on their own. But one thing they could do is say, on federal property, you wear a mask.
I think they also have purview over stuff that's considered interstate commerce, which the Supreme Court has ruled is, like, pretty broad. So, like, I think airplane travel, even commercial airplane travel, is considered interstate commerce stuff because, of course, you're flying from place to place. So I think the executive order also, even though all the airlines have already basically said you need to wear a mask, they just codified that through the executive order and some other stuff. But yeah, it's mostly, like, government buildings, which is good. You should be wearing a mask everywhere anyway. The United States does not have this under control at all. It's ridiculous.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, neither does Britain. It's almost like electing right-wing demagogue idiot pseudo-populists who don't actually know how to govern is bad.
Have you considered, though, that they're openly racist, and that makes racist people feel better about being shitheads?
Unfortunately, I've been forced to accept that. Yes, that is the reality of the world in which we live, yes.
Okay, we knew he's going to do really strict with the mask, and it says federal right now, but, you know, it'll keep on going into the normal people's lives. So
the president doesn't have the power to do an executive order to force everyone to wear a mask on, like, private property. Arguably, I kind of wish he did at this point, just because of that. But I understand that that would be a far-reaching thing, and it would imply other powers that I don't think the president should have unilaterally. But you should be wearing a mask regardless, because you should have some sort of social responsibility to do things to help other people in society as a whole.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel... Like, I mean, I wear a mask. It doesn't really protect me. It protects other people. That's my way of... Like, if I didn't wear a mask, I'd feel like I'm just basically saying to everyone around me, I don't care if you die.
Yeah.
I'd be more than happy for you to die just so I don't have to wear a mask. Which is an abhorrent thing to say or to think. You know?
It's completely selfish and self-interested. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
On federal property. Okay, you know, senators, everything else got to wear on federal property. But this is where the ironic thing comes in.
Wait, who isn't wearing it?
Oh, no, let's just show the video clip real quick.
Oh, yeah, they did this, too. Joe Biden, who was around, no one isn't wearing a mask at, like, the Lincoln Memorial for a photo shoot, and they think this is hypocritical, even though it's not.
No, you say that, but Abraham Lincoln's an old man. It could give Abraham Lincoln, the greatest president of America, the Rona, and frankly, he'd have been he would be the new John Wilkes Booth. Let's be honest, that's what he's trying to do there.
Honestly, Lincoln's so big. Is that virus even compatible with his giant immune system?
See, this is my mind all over. When you said he's so giant, instantly I was thinking, I wonder how big his cock and balls are. Scale to the size of the thing. Like, I mean, I presume they didn't chisel it underneath the trousers or anything, but he's probably well hung.
I don't know. You'd probably have to go sit on his lap.
I think they might shoot me if I tried.
Probably.
Yeah.
Not worth.
I love that their gotcha is literally just a silent video of an old man standing still.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, there's no one around him. Look, the next person's like...
Why weren't President Biden and all members of the Biden family masked at all times on federal lands last night if he signed an executive order that mandates masks on federal lands at all times?
At the inaugural...
At the Lincoln Memorial, yes.
I think, Steve, he was celebrating an evening of a historic day in our country, and certainly he signed the mask mandate because it's a way to send a message to the American public about the importance of wearing masks.
Damn, doesn't he look familiar? I think that's the President of the United States.
Yeah. Well, first he's at the Lincoln
Is it?
Monument.
I thought he'd stolen it and he was illegitimate and he
Hold
wasn't
on.
the president.
I'll double check. President of the United States. Yep. There he is.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. I've been misinformed then.
Yeah.
I've been watching too much Clapper, clearly.
Not wearing a mask. And then he's questioned by Fox News' Peter Dowsey to the Hammer and Sickle press secretary that we have now.
That's what.
This came because she was wearing. Did you see the hat? I actually kind of want this hat. It's funny. I'm not a tanky, but I liked this hat.
Yeah. Well, in fact, it's a pink Ushanka or whatever with the hammer and sickle on it. Like, wasn't she in Russia?
I honestly have no idea what the context of the picture was. Press
I
secretary.
think she...
Oh, I accidentally typed hot. Whoops.
Accidentally typed it. Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's been fun. Hang on. Yeah, because that's your man on the left is Sergei Lavrov.
Okay.
The Russian foreign secretary or whatever.
Sure.
So look, she's in Russia, and that's like the tourist group, like in America where you I don't know, in New York, it's some idiot walking around with "I love NYC" t-shirt,
Yeah.
and it's like a Slovakian tourist or something. That's the American equivalent of that.
Someone buy me that hat and send it to me, please.
Yeah, that's pretty dope. I'll be honest, I'd have that. That's cool.
That's why we call it a hammer and sickle.
Because we remember when she had the one video of her in Russia and they gave her a hat with a hammer and sickle and she wore it around proudly.
Yeah, like a communist, just like she is.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, presumably she was on some official business because, like I say, that was the Russian foreign secretary stood next to her. So presumably she was on some American business. They give you a hat, you just wear the fucking hat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they always do this, don't they? When they have like a G8 meeting and they have all the leaders dressed up like the locals or something, and they look like absolute idiots, but you do it.
Yeah.
It's always like there's, Bill Clinton in a Ushanka or Barack Obama wearing a cork hat in Australia or some nonsense, just absolute gibberish. But it's PR. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Is sin.
And all she did was pretty much deflect the whole question.
Yep.
She was just trying to push away from the question about not wearing it after the inaugurational party.
And the thing is, he was just celebrating.
Yeah, she's press secretary.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. Like that, you expect that from a press secretary. The problem with McEnany and Huckabee Sanders and Sean Spicer is that they were just liars.
Yeah.
They weren't trying to spin something positively or trying to play the press of their own game. They were just going, no, biggest crowd ever, fake news, and that's it. It just those people are despicable.
So anyone can just break anything that they stand for because they're celebrating.
When you're celebrating, the coronavirus doesn't go after you.
Yep. Oh.
You can't get sick from the Chinese
God,
virus.
I know. But
here's my opinion on this. I think for optics reasons, he should have been wearing a mask. But practically speaking, he was standing around literally no one. And obviously the point of it is that usually if you're at the Lincoln Memorial or wherever, anywhere on public property, you're going to be around other people. So consequentialist, in a consequentialist way, it makes sense. But I agree optically speaking, because right-wing people are going to look at this and be like, he's a hypocrite. He should have done it. At least for that reason.
Well, and the slightly greater reason of the president should set an example type thing.
I'd agree.
But no one, and that's the thing, it's the dishonesty again of the right-wing grift machine.
Yeah.
They don't care that he wasn't wearing a mask. They don't actually think it was hypocritical or anything like that. They just think this is a gotcha.
Yeah.
Another thing interested, since we're on the Chinese virus, Mayor Lightfoot.
Oh, the Chinese virus, how very
Chicago,
original.
Illinois. You got New York, Cuomo. Now D.C., the mayor. Guess what they're doing now, since 2 days from now?
Lay it on me.
They're reopening everything.
Oh.
They're reopening the restaurants, people going back in. Oh, we all knew this was going to come.
They had these lockdowns up until a very specific date, and then they chose not to extend it. I don't even necessarily agree with that, considering numbers are starting to go down in terms of cases, and I think they should continue that. But, people are going to do what they're going to do.
It's so annoying because it's a pretty well trodden path now. All of the countries that have done well with this, you pay people a basic income to stay at home for 3-4 months.
Yep.
It's not nice, it's not pleasant, no one enjoys it, but it's better than everyone dying. And then you can reopen. China, they've got like concerts and stuff. New Zealand's basically open now. Vietnam's basically open now. They dealt with it the way you should deal with it, rather than doing a half-assed kind of shut down for a bit where everyone's in poverty and then force them back into work and keep the schools open when children are literally petri dishes of disease anyway without a bleeding pandemic. Like these people, it's so obvious what you need to do, and yet they refuse to.
Yep, it's frustrating.
That they're just shutting everything down to make the economy as worse as possible to make Trump look bad. It was all a political game. They use American people of their states.
Again, I don't want to just keep pausing every 5 seconds, but it's such an annoying thing. They assume that everyone is as obsessed with Trump as they are.
Yeah, it's strange. I've noticed this from other Trump people too in the last month and a half, where they're like, everyone loves Trump. How did Joe Biden get so many votes? And it's like they don't understand that, sure, there are a lot of diehard Trump supporters, but there are more people who hate Donald Trump. He's an absolute dick.
Yeah. But they weren't closing it down to make Trump look bad. They were closing it down for a number of reasons, and they're opening it up for a number of reasons. People aren't as anti-Trump as you are pro-Trump, if that makes sense. Like, these people are obsessed. The mayor of DC has their own political reasons for doing what they do, which extend beyond just F Trump.
I've seen right-wingers claim that left-wingers who don't like Trump have Trump derangement syndrome. I would argue that what these people are doing could be better defined as Trump derangement syndrome. Putting a flag on a wall and wearing a hat and putting a sticker on your laptop and having a whole set dressing of Trump months after he lost the election.
Exactly. And exactly, it's pathetic. And even after he's not even in office anymore, it's embarrassing, guys.
No.
But is there a politician that you've ever known or know of that you would do this kind of sycophancy for?
No, even people I really like Bernie Sanders. I've never owned a piece of Bernie Sanders merchandise because I don't feel, I mean, I'm sure there's an element of emotionality to it because we're human beings and human beings are affected by their emotions, but like, I like Bernie Sanders because of his policies, right? It went like someday, not too far in the future because he's quite old, Bernie Sanders will die, and I'll be like, that's a shame. I hope someone else comes along with the same sort of belief system and continues to push forward for those things. It's not like a cult of personality like Trump is.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, at most, I might wear like a Bernie piece of... I mean, I don't actually own anything, but I might wear one in a kind of jokey way, because it's the meme, isn't it? It's like, you know, Bernie can still win. It's a joke.
Yeah.
Right? It's a bit of fun. And also it does sort of signal a certain political allegiance or whatever, but I would never do this. I mean, they own multiple hats and a rum flag. So that's, yeah, and the sticker on the laptop even. Look, it's just, dial it back, guys. This is embarrassing.
Yeah.
As a political game just to make the President Trump look bad. Now,
the President Trump.
You know what makes President Trump look bad? The 417,000 dead people. That makes him look pretty bad.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say President Trump makes President Trump look bad.
True.
President Joe Biden is in, and now they're going to open everything. Oh, look at what the economy is doing and all this and all this.
Look how great it's going to be. See, you just see that how they're just using you again, just like what the Democrats do. Grant, you can't say that people voted for him because until it was a fraudulent election. But going on, they're just playing with you. Look at the economy is going to get better. We're going to open it up.
It's going to be like this for years,
Democrat
isn't it?
cities are going to start having money flowing through them.
This is going to be their new playbook. Every election Republicans lose is all of a sudden going to be illegitimate. Every election they win, mind you, is fine. Just the ones they lose are all illegitimate.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, you know, the QAnon person, she issued put forward papers of impeachment against Biden.
Yes.
And someone asked about the fraudulent election stuff in this interview I saw her doing about this. And firstly, that's not going to go anywhere. It's embarrassing virtue signaling nonsense. But someone asked her, well, how can you say his election was fraudulent when you won your election on the exact same ballot papers? Like, you shouldn't be here either then. And she went, no, my votes were all right.
That's not how it works. I hate these people. I hate them so much.
It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And they're pretty much shutting it down to make Trump look horrible. Everything that he's done was bad, which in the end game, Trump still made the whole entire economy rise up as these major cities are holding it down.
The GOP hit the highest point in like July. What was it, like August? Like, you can't quote me, but it was around that time, August, October. What was it, 33% it went up? The most ever in history, doubled actually what it was in history. Remember that? And the Dow, market economy, jobs coming back, everything.
How'd that go after COVID hit and it was completely mishandled?
Wow, you guys were doing everything against
Exactly, that's the thing. What makes anyone look good, like Jacinda Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, for instance, a fine example, won her re-election on the back of COVID.
Okay.
Because it doesn't have to be bad, because the whole point is a competent government did the right thing in a difficult circumstance, and the people went, oh, thanks for that, you can have another term.
Yeah.
And Trump could have done the exact same thing.
That's what's so funny about this, because if Trump had literally just said, like back in March, even earlier, because they knew this was coming prior to March, right? It had already hit other places. All he would have had to have said is, here are a bunch of experts, medical experts, do what they say, and stand back and let them do things appropriately, tell people to wear masks, have actual lockdowns, deal with this, and he would have won. I generally believe he probably would have won re-election had he not completely fumbled this. It's wild. He was like given a free shot, like a free throw, and he just completely whiffs it. It was so strange.
to make the economy and people not go back to work, and you did it and try to do it at all times. Yeah. So let's get into another thing. Well, you want to say something?
Well, but this is pretty much how we're going to say with them all reopening the big cities, how the Democrat mayors and all of them doing. This is going to combat the economy growth and completely destroy it. And so his another executive order was joining the horrible Paris Climate Accord.
So.
Oh no. We might try and help combat climate change in the most middling milquetoast way possible.
But you know what's really good for the economy is if humanity becomes unsustainable on a planet that's burning.
That's generally good.
That would be super awesome for the economy.
In fairness, do we know about the economy in the Mad Max universe? If you just have a source of water, you can basically be a god king. Maybe that's the strategy. Maybe Trump just has a whole big, like, water reserve somewhere. And he's planning on being like a Morton Joe in Fury Road. Have you seen that movie?
Well, no. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And, well, presumably his water supply, he's collected all of his tears over the last week.
It's an infinite resource.
So let's go tell all these other countries to get emissions and get clean air while we pay millions and billions of dollars to them, and they don't listen to a damn thing we say.
Why? Their understanding of what the Paris Accord is ridiculous. I mean, it's almost as bad as these idiots. I saw the talking point. I represent the people of insert place in America that begins with P in your state, not the people of Paris.
Yeah.
Ted Cruz. They honestly think it only applies to the city of Paris.
Ted Cruz said that shit.
Bobbitt said that as well, and I was like, it's not a deal with Paris. It's just a deal that was signed in Paris.
As we all know, the Geneva Conventions are very, very particular to what the people of Geneva wanted, okay? We know how this works.
Exactly. That's why you don't get any war crimes in small parts of Switzerland. It's true.
Waste a bunch of money and use the tax dollars, American tax dollars, to pay for it.
And send it to other countries. And while this is going to raise your taxes...
Oh, bad.
Which we've been saying the whole entire time.
I believe Trump, the reason why he hit this so hard, because this was the biggest issue with raising taxes.
Get fucked. Do you know how much of our money goes to the military? Being part of the Paris Climate Agreements is going to affect your taxes negligibly, if at all. My goodness.
Well, and, I mean, look, he might renege on the promise, but he didn't. Biden's whole thing was everyone over 400K will get a tax increase. You put that on the table.
Yeah,
well,
he
that's
said
that's the thing.
over $400,000 a year, your taxes will increase. Anyone below that, they're not going to change.
Yeah. So if he sticks to that, I don't know that anyone can really complain. 400 grand, you're doing okay.
Yeah. Anyone who complains about that, shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You are doing better than the vast majority of not only people in America, but the world, okay? Chill the fuck out.
You are in the richest 0.01% of humans ever. You're okay.
Yeah. And look what happened. Oh, first day, pop, we'll raise your taxes.
And then we know...
It's not raising your taxes. They're already what they are. If there is any effect on your taxes of the Paris Climate Agreement, we were already a part of it. Your taxes aren't going up.
How the Keystone pipe is going to be shut down. So, oh wait, Joe Biden lied on something again.
Oh yeah, Keystone Pipeline. You know, the fracking. Oh, we're not getting rid of any oil and fracking.
That's not fracking.
No, that's moving oil from place to place.
It's an oil pipe. Fracking is gas.
They're also they're going to be talking about probably job losses, which is funny because conservatives will put all sorts of numbers out there for like the number of workers who are working on the pipeline. Those are contractors. It was never a permanent position. They were going to move on to a different job elsewhere when that was done anyway. They lost one particular job for contract. They did not lose their jobs with whatever company they work for that was contracted to build the pipeline. They're fine.
But Canada are quite annoyed by it because didn't the government of Alberta like invest $1.5 billion into it or something?
Oh, they may have.
That's tough. You can't just say, "Well, we spent money on this thing." Like the pipeline goes through someone else's country.
Yeah.
Which is stolen from someone else in the first place. But let's not even go into that. Jesus.
Sure.
Is for getting rid of it, then not getting rid of it,
Remember?
then now his actions speak more than his words, and he got rid of it.
And he's getting rid of the Keystone Pipeline. Oil, there's so many union jobs. Jobs, at the end of the day, with this whole entire thing, is
All they care about union jobs, yeah. Big fans of unions now, yeah.
You can tell because Rum 2020 is very pro-union.
Economy is just going to go. Gas. Be ready when he goes in the Iran deal. That's going to be real soon when we get all of our oil from them. And they can raise prices just back in the Obama days where it's $4 a gallon. You know what's going to happen? It will get to probably 5 or 6 more than Obama
I'm told apparently Alberta invested $7 billion. Fucking hell.
Shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that was dumb. Don't do that.
Because he's going to try to put all these environmental stuff, get rid of all oil, and the price has got to get up because it's going to be more rare to get it.
Right here's pandering to the one.
Why do they have an emotional attachment to oil? Oil is like something that's needed for consumer products and right now for fuel and like energy, but we're trying to move off of that because it's unsustainable. It's not a renewable source of energy. You literally have to deal with moving off of it at some point.
Yeah. Well, but this is the same thing with the copium. I kept telling them, ease yourself off, because come January, it's going to run out, because Biden's going to be president. And they refused. And now they're going cold turkey, and it's bad.
Yep.
1% of the environmentalists that are pretty much run down his throat, while he's completely throwing under the bus all of these oil manufacturers, all these jobs that are in Texas.
Oh, no, the oil companies. Won't someone think of the oil company?
Hey, I care very much about Exxon's investors, okay? Isn't that what we should be thinking of? Who cares if we end up destroying the environment we live in and end up dying as a species, as long as some investors made extra money without having to pay reasonable capital gains taxes for a short period of time?
Exactly. Well, if anything the world needs is to get the boot of big government off BP's neck.
Ohio, all in Michigan, all through Wyoming, this is going to be taken down.
Oh, just destroying them. Jobs.
Putting
going. Taxes for the normal people.
Unemployment's
going to these two are such stupid bastards. Sorry. I listen to them talking. You no wonder they're Trump fans. I can barely string a sentence together, the pair of them.
Yeah, these guys are frustrating because they're so inarticulate with what they're saying and they don't really have a pace to, like, their conversation. I don't know.
And there's no chemistry. No. Like, are they actually brothers? Do we know? They look alike, but
I think they are.
Or to be honest, all you white people look the same to me. I don't know, but that's a joke. I'm also a honky. Anyway, yeah, they don't seem to click at all. They can't time each other's speech. Like you think they'd be able to have a rapport, and yet they're awful. This is sad. This is really sad watching them try and bumble their way through a really the simple argument would be jobs and prosperity and blah blah blah, and they can't even get through that. Like I could make their argument better than they can.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Get into another thing. Remember with the whole entire 1,400 he's trying to do with the stimulus checks to make it 2,000 because the 600 went before. Guess one thing that's under it too. $15 minimum wage federal.
Yeah.
So
oh no, people getting paid more reasonably for their work? What would anyone think about Jeff Bezos?
But what about if I have to pay 5 extra pence on a beef burger? It's outrageous. The fact that Denmark has a $22 minimum wage and the cheeseburger in McDonald's costs 30 cents extra.
Hey, do you know how much that'll add up for me? I eat 17 Big Macs a week, okay? My arteries are screaming.
All I'm going to say is, Hannah just said 17. Q confirmed.
Shh, don't give away all my secret messages.
Every single place has to go $15 an hour. So what does that go to? Job loss, crazy.
Small business is going to be killed.
Oh,
if your business cannot afford to pay your workers reasonably, then you have an unsustainable business. Period.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. If you can't afford to pay your employees a livable wage, then you're bad at business and you need to stop.
Like, imagine if I owned, I don't know, a comic book shop, okay? And, let's even take it out of the realm of labor and just say, because labor is just another expense for your business, okay? Let's say that a distributor like DC or Marvel comes to me. I know they don't do direct business like this. I know they do third parties, but for simplicity, let's say Marvel comes to me and says, okay, we need to stock your comic book shop. Our monthly rate for all these different books that you want to put on your shelves are this. You owe us, I don't know, $10,000 this month for all the stock that we're going to be putting into your store. And I go, but wait a minute, I can't afford to buy all those comics to sell to the consumer. I can't run a business while affording this. Okay, then you have an unsustainable business. Then you don't have the money to start your business if you can't afford the expenses involved in running said business.
Exactly, yeah. And not just that, but these are the same people who will argue against government entitlements, government subsidizing things, blah, blah, blah. But yet, if your workers are so poor that they're working a full-time job and need benefits from the system or
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
food, SNAP entitlements and stuff like that, food, what do they call them? Food cards or whatever.
I know here they're called bridge cards.
Yeah.
But like food stamps type stuff.
Food stamps is the word I'm looking for, yes. We don't actually have that kind of system because we have at least vaguely functioning social security net. But anyway, so if you get food stamps or something like that, then basically the government are subsidizing McDonald's.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
It's ridiculous. Well, whilst they're making billions and billions of dollars in profit.
Same thing happens to Walmart. The Walton family is like one of the richest families in the world, and yet the government is basically subsidizing the wages of Walmart workers because they're the biggest, like the workforce that works at Walmart are the biggest recipients of a single employer of like food stamps and government assistance of anyone. So the government is basically subsidizing Walmart's business model.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I forget the exact number, but it was something like 70% of welfare recipients in America have a full-time job.
Yeah. Yep.
Ridiculous. So it's not the lazy entitled, it's the capitalists screwing over everyone, including those who are well paid, because it's their tax money that goes to subsidizing the profits of Walmart and McDonald's and so on and so on.
Yep.
They're done. So, and also only 1% of the some $1 trillion for the stimulus only is going to small businesses. And the thing, everything's going to lose. Job loss. You think they're paying a waiter, a waitress, $15 an hour? You know what they're going to use? You know those places, I think, what is that one place? Chili's, I think it is.
Yeah.
You can go and fill out a tablet of your order, and then a person will come.
Okay, that already exists under the current wage. This is the weird thing. I've seen pictures and memes from right-wingers who show those kiosks that they have at fast food restaurants now, or instead of going up to someone and ordering, you can, like, order your own food via touchscreen or whatever. And they're like, this is what a $15 minimum wage looks like. And it's like, well, we don't have a $15 minimum wage right now, so where did you get that picture? It's almost like that exists currently. It's always going to be cheaper to automate things. Period. It will always be cheaper to automate. So businesses will always strive for that for a variety of reasons. It doesn't mean you shouldn't strive for livable wages for people who do work.
Yeah. And actually, this is the ultimate sadness of, again, the capitalist system doing its not immoral, but amoral thing.
Yeah.
Of automation should be one of the great liberations of all mankind. We could reduce our work days down to 2 days a week, whatever. Like with automation, it could free up humanity to engage in all manner of different cultural pursuits. We could actually enjoy our lives rather than having to slave for, 50 hours a week or whatever. But instead, what we've turned it into is you're still going to work 50 hours a week, but you're not going to earn anything because we have to make it financially worthwhile not to replace you with a robot.
Yep.
Well, just replace them with a robot and give them a UBI.
Yep.
That's fine. That would be a wonderful thing. It wouldn't be perfect. It's not the ideal solution, but it's a thing that could work.
Yeah. It's frustrating.
Usually a chef or a manager of the store, and then you'll just pay from there. That's what's going to happen, because they're not paying anyone $15.
Isn't it $15 an hour for federal workers and federal contractors? The executive order, I believe, is, but they're working on doing it as a general like bill to up the minimum wage everywhere federally.
Dollars an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, massive layoffs. And then for anyone that says, well, I have other alternatives that pretty much say that $15 hours work.
He says alternatives weird. Alternatives?
Well, he did this before. I wasn't going to pick him up on it, but he said he was going to say pandering, but he said pandaling. And I thought of a baby panda.
Maybe
that's
but I don't think
that's what he meant. Yeah, maybe he did mean a baby panda, in which case pandaling is an awesome name for a baby panda. Yeah. Well done, sir. Yeah.
One thing that completely destroys it all is inflation.
There we go.
I don't care if you make $100,000 or even more. This is going to affect you.
Yes.
There's nothing funny
price
about
of property is
the
going to go up
capitalism.
because less people have money going
Milk.
around.
Just think about simple stuff. Milk probably go $5 a gallon, and bread's going to go probably $3 or $4.
They do this every time. Every time. Look, we.
There's nothing
little
funny
known
about
fact.
the tools of
We didn't actually have a minimum wage in Britain until about '99 or something like that.
Okay.
So I remember it being introduced. And I remember people saying it was going to be devastation, the prices were going to rocket through the roof, unemployment was going to go crazy, and it didn't. They do this every single time. Because the thing is, all it does is it will cut slightly, ever so slightly, into the massive ballooning profits of these corporations. That's all.
It's annoying, too, because it completely disregards the fact that prices rise whether you do a wage increase or not. It's how inflation works.
Yeah, exactly. A company has a choice when it's faced with an increase in overheads, whether that be fire inflation, they have to buy in the meat or whatever, they have to produce the thing that they're going to sell, or a wage increase because of either union negotiation or in this case because of federal mandate or something like that. They have a choice. You either pass the cost on to your customer in increased money, which will reduce your business, or you just take a bit of a hit, or you cut 50-50, something like that, right? And they will just adjust as necessary, and those that don't die.
Yep.
That's a shame, but that's capitalism. That's the way it goes. Tough. Like you can't have capitalism red in tooth and claw for everyone else, but you need special federal protections for Jeff Bezos.
In fairness, who's more downtrodden than our Lord and Savior Bezos, okay?
Well, clearly, the person to whom I think you owe your soul, that being, of course, the great and all-powerful Elon Musk.
Oh, God, let's not talk about Elon. Jeez.
I was considering, just for a sarcastic moment, introducing you as Elon Musk's super fan, Hannah Reloaded.
God, I hate Elon so much, and now he's like the richest man in the world, and I hate it.
Yeah.
Just go to Mars, Elon. Go to Mars and become what's the word I'm trying to think of?
Slave driver?
Sure. Start a company town on Mars. Make all the employees your serfs. I don't care. Just get out of my face.
You've already sent a car into space, so presumably that'll land on Mars nice and safe. That'll be fine.
Eggs probably go 4 or 5. You get to all those things; those are all going $2 or $3 up. And one thing I gotta say, right now with this presidency, he's making America into California. How California
has the best economy in the United States. So good?
Yeah. This is the thing that so annoys me. No, I'm going to pick out a couple of states just at random. Let's say Mississippi and Arkansas. What do they financially provide to the United States, really?
Many red states. The states that actually pull the most from the federal budget are the red states. Blue states like California pay more into the federal budget than they do take out.
Exactly, yeah. Those states that send the most budget hawkish, when it suits them, people to Congress are exactly the kind of places that don't produce anything. The only places that really produce anything in America in terms of actually really sustaining the economy are California, New York, maybe a bit of Chicago. There's some big, I mean, Detroit isn't really a place anymore, but you know what I mean? Like, there are places like that.
One of the only big, like, economic powerhouse red states right now is Texas, and that's because there are blue cities in Texas where there's sort of a tech boom going on. Outside of that, the rural areas aren't doing well. They're basically being sustained by the larger city areas.
Exactly, yeah. And I was about to say, Texas is it's only because of the blue areas, and it's becoming more blue because those Californian tech people are now moving to Texas. So we probably will see it turn blue or it certainly will be purplish in the not too distant future.
I think they said sometime between now and 2030, it's reasonable that it'll go blue at least once. I don't know if it's probably an estimate. I'd be shocked if in the next 15 years or so, 16 years, it doesn't, but who knows?
Yeah. Oh, Phoenix in my chat. Yeah, Washington State as well, yes. There are basically the coastal elite places are the only thing that creates any damn money.
That's what he's trying to change America too.
Well, that was their pretty much guinea pig of what socialism is, and now we're going to be seen throughout the whole entire country.
And you see California, homelessness all over. You see syringes when you walk by. And
homelessness is so bad in California for a variety of reasons. One of them is because other states, and I'm not making this up, literally would, as a way of reducing homelessness in their state, would buy one-way bus tickets and send a bunch of homeless people on a bus together to California. And secondly, home prices in California are ridiculously high because they haven't been able to keep up home production, home building with the demand, because demand is so high because California's economy is so good. So many people want to live there.
Yeah. Also, how are there homeless people when capitalism is so awesome?
But don't you know California's communist?
Oh, so California. Sorry, yeah, my bad.
And you just see illegal aliens, murders, drug, gangs, all this stuff that is un-American is all in California.
Yeah.
Hang on, un-American? I thought California was in America. How can it be un-American?
Also, apparently all murders happen in California. I didn't know that. I guess I should never go to California. I can't be murdered here in Michigan. That's good.
Good.
So we know how this Paris Climate Accord is going to destroy, and that's why Trump was really adamant about us getting it out. But enough of this, because we could spend another 15 minutes.
One more thing about it is about the Keystone. What I got to say is Canada. We have an agreement with them that we just couldn't cut off their pipelines.
It was
with Trump.
The Mexico, United States, and Canada agreement that Trump did.
And the thing is guess what?
So
Biden just got rid of it.
Whoa. Was Trump doing a Canada First policy then? That seems very strange.
And Canada, because they had fear of it before before January 20th that he was going to do it, and he was like, Biden, at least sit down and talk to us first. Oh, boom, put it right away. And now Canada is suing Joe Biden.
Yep.
So we already have Canada is hating us right now.
Not hating you. They make out like suing someone really means it. They've caught the Giuliani disease, the Sidney Powell disease. Suing someone doesn't really mean a great deal. It can be done for a number of different reasons. It's often vexatious. in the case of Canada, they may have a point. They may already have a contract with the federal government, something.
Sure.
But you can't force them to build the pipeline. It'll just be like a fine. And who cares? Like, the American government are so in debt that money doesn't really mean anything anymore.
I like the idea that they think that other countries were really, really happy with America as it stood under Donald Trump, and that the world wasn't mostly embarrassed by what was going on here, but, you know, whatever.
Oh, yeah. No, it's not as if when he came to London, there was an enormous anti-Trump rally and a very small pro-Trump rally.
Well, but that's
everyone loved him. That's why the baby blimp, you know, the Trump baby blimp, that didn't happen. That wasn't a thing. You know, it's actually been bought now by the, is it the London Museum or the British Museum?
It's some museum of, like, I thought it was like a museum of protests or something. It was like a museum that was quite specific.
Well, maybe it's a subset of that.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it's a satellite museum or something. But yeah, they bought the thing and that's fair. Look, it's a cultural thing. It was a, you know,
just one of the other 100-something countries. So we all know how the border wall is such a beautiful sight. This wall,
450.
Have you guys seen the wall? First of all, they only built 14 miles. Let's see, how long is the U.S. border with Mexico?
About 2,000 miles ish.
1,954 miles, and they built 14 miles of fence.
Yeah.
Trump.
So nothing.
Let's take a look at what the wall even looks like, because it's apparently so beautiful. This is what it looks like.
It's fucking hideous. Although I like the fact that the design award went to the people who put seesaws between the two, so Mexican and American kids could like play together. Well, that was quite nice.
Oh God, it's the ugliest thing, and it's not even going to be effective for those 14 miles. It's so stupid.
Yeah, it's all you do is you've just created a market for slightly taller ladders. That's all that does.
I just can't believe they wasted like billions of dollars on this.
Yeah, did you see part of it blew over in a windstorm as well?
I did.
Back in like November or something. Yeah, like it's rubbish, and not just that, but it wouldn't be cost effective to tear it down yet. But as soon as they need to do maintenance on it, why pay? Just tear it down, and they will. Obviously, like even the Republicans didn't want to fund it because they know it's stupid.
Yep,
it doesn't do anything.
It's ridiculous.
Anyway, but yeah, I mean and not just that, but he said a wall. That isn't a wall. That's a fence.
Yeah.
Miles.
It is pretty much doing his job, holding out the illegal immigrants that want to just run right into our country and not do it the right way.
It doesn't stop immigrants.
No, most illegal immigrants don't cross the border. They come in like airplanes and then overstay their visas.
Exactly. Like the wall worked in medieval times.
Sure.
But now aeroplanes exist and like shipping lanes and cars and stuff. You can't. Jesus Christ! It's not going to stop. And not just that, but even the bits of fence, they're going to it'll stop drugs. No, it won't. Tunnels and drones exist. You can transport drugs. Now, the reason that the drug problem is such a problem is because Americans love drugs.
Yeah.
If they stop taking drugs and stop doing the weird war on drugs, which doesn't stop drugs as well, the drug problem would be a lot easier to deal with.
All the war on drugs did was make drugs more expensive and profitable to get into for people like the cartel.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, if you took a sensible approach to like liberalization of drug laws, you'd be able to get a handle on the problem, and you'd stop essentially shitting all over the people of northern Mexico.
Yeah. Weed got legalized recreationally here in Michigan, which is nice. I hope they do so federally soon, so it's just easier for, whatever. Of course, there are other drugs, too, that I think should be treated as health issues, not criminal ones. But.
Well, that's ultimately the problem. So many people who are in prison are mental health patients who should be in hospital.
Yeah.
Whether it be drugs or a number of other things, often a lot of violence isn't because these people are inherently violent. They're mentally unwell. They didn't take their meds that day, whatever. And thankfully in Britain, because our police don't have guns, they don't just shoot them in the street like animals. Yeah. You know? Anyway, but... yeah.
I always notice when I do my sovereign citizen stuff, I'll do sovereign citizens both from America and from the UK, and it's always blowing my mind when I see the interactions between like UK cops versus American cops. It is night and day. It is so crazy. Like,
yeah, you can't like there's. It's not just the fact that obviously American police shoot and kill. It creates a barrier. There's a fear.
It's the whole attitude is different too. Like I've seen UK cops, they'll be frustrated, but they'll like be having a conversation with the person. They'll certainly insist that like I'm the cop here and I'm right and I will arrest you if you don't like comply with the law. But the American cops are just like so in your face and so like I'm escalating this situation. Comply now or I will tackle you. It is so strange, the difference.
Oh, yeah, they do genuinely see themselves as sort of almost like a military presence.
Yeah.
Which is really, that's not great. Like, the British police, don't get a rose-tinted idea. The British police are shit too. But they can't just, like, randomly shoot you because they feared for their lives. No. At worst, they can probably beat you up. But that's about it. And it's not great, and they do it, and it's disgusting, and policing in general needs to be reformed. But, yeah, there's that intimidation factor between the citizen and the police officer doesn't exist. So a lot of the times, even though they're pricks, you can talk to them in a way that you just can't in America, it seems. Like, I mean, obviously I'm not from there, but virtually even conservatives say, yeah, the police, maybe they're a little heavy-handed.
Yeah.
Really, you think?
I'm a white person, and if I get pulled over by the police, I've only ever been pulled over once, but I get really nervous. I don't want to deal with someone who can kill me with impunity, even if it's not necessarily the likeliest thing in the world that they're going to, because, again, I'm a white person, but, like...
Yeah.
Just...
Oh, no, it's... yeah, that would be terrifying.
Yeah.
I've been pulled over before, and it's nothing, because what are they going to do? You give them their license, they check, you know. You tell them you're traveling in your personal conveyance, and they leave you alone, because that's the law.
Yeah, the Magna Carta. It says that you just got to travel. Exactly.
Yeah, back from when King John was president of America. Don't know if you heard that.
I'm glad his great-great-grandson Barack Obama became president.
He does look a lot like the paintings. Have you seen the paintings of King John?
No.
Big ears.
Okay.
Yeah, it's exactly the same basically.
And most of them are you get most of them are rapists. Killers.
Yikerinos!
That's ridiculous.
Why do people say Trump supporters are racist? I don't know. Maybe don't claim most people from Mexico are criminals. My God.
Yeah, well, not just criminals, but like rapists specifically?
Yes.
Like they're literally doing the Trump thing.
Illegal immigrants have a lower rate of crime than the general populace in America. Because as it turns out, I don't know if you know this, but if you're illegally in a country, you're probably going to be really, really careful to try and not commit crimes that will get you deported.
Yeah, you keep your head down because, you know, otherwise you're going to be sent back and live in poverty / at the behest of people who cut people's heads off and leave them in the desert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A good piece of advice. First of all, don't commit crimes. That's a good piece of advice. But the second piece of advice would be, if you're going to commit a crime, commit one crime at a time. It's safer.
Yeah. Well, or if you're going to commit crimes, also be gay. It's a good thing.
Gang members.
Not the most pleasant people that you want in your country.
And they kill innocent Americans.
Well, unlike Trump supporters who are lovely. Yeah.
I would rather have... it's not even just rather have... Like, you know what would be great? If I could have a genie wish or something, and they could be like, what do you wish? Okay, first of all, I would like taco trucks on my street, please. I would like a delicious street taco every day. And secondly, can we get rid of all the Trump supporters? Just move them to an island somewhere in the ocean. Just build an island, and they can all go there and do their fashy stuff. And then we'll all enjoy delicious tacos and not be racist. That'll be good.
That would be good. Yes to tacos, no to racism.
It's going to be stop funding, so you know it's not going to be built anymore, and I can probably assume that it's probably going to be backtracked and torn down.
Yep.
Maybe.
And the thing is, and also illegal alien kids, and back with the parents, how they say, remember how they always said, oh, Trump put all the kids, you know, separate them away from the border, put them in cages, the illegal aliens. Don't forget that was Obama with Biden with vice president. And most of the time, the illegal alien...
American immigration law has been fucked up for a long time, yeah.
It also became how do I put this? I'm not trying to go to bat for Obama on this because it was messed up if it happens to one kid versus, 1,000. But there are, relative amounts of badness that happened occasionally under Obama for short periods of time, still not excusable. But it became the standard procedure under the Trump administration, and they had to expand those facilities greatly. So... Yeah, both are bad. Trump made it worse. I would like to think Biden is going to completely undo that shit, but I guess we're going to have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, they're still in cages as of yet, but I'm sure it's probably complicated. I mean, look, all I'll say is he's brought a certain amount of goodwill with the actions so far. So
I think he
we'll
said,
wait and see.
I think he said while campaigning he was going to get like a task force to reunite those kids with their families. So hopefully in the meantime they stop with the cage shit and give them appropriate places to stay that aren't disgusting human rights violations, and then work on finding them their families.
Also, the use of the word alien is just kind of gross.
Sure.
I'm glad we don't do that here, by and large.
Actually, those are not even their kids.
They're kidnapping them.
Yeah, kidnapping them so they can try to use a kid to get past.
What? Oh my god.
Because, Mexican people, they just swap children so they can get into... What do you mean? Loads of them are. Just child trafficking happens, but they also have, people go with their kids. What do they think Mexican people are like? What?
I don't know.
They've dehumanized them to the point where they're just immoral animals to them. It's disgusting.
The border, most of the time they're sexually assaulting them. If you actually look back at it, they're not even matching up to even know the person. They're just taking the kid. So you're just gonna allow that just to go through? Oh, nilla diddy, everything perfectly fine, and then 20,000 illegal aliens amnesty.
So pretty much they get it. Well, but now they're allowed on the census, so now you're gonna put more House seats in there, which are gonna be Democratic. Because in 2022 it's gonna switch over.
And one thing I got to say about this.
Oh no, they want to accurately depict the actual population of America.
I wish Biden would do amnesty, by the
sentence?
way. I don't think he's gonna. I think he should, though.
Yeah, no, isn't it like you get a pathway to 8 years citizenship? Okay. I mean, I get it. I know that would be controversial to do an amnesty, but...
Ronald Reagan did an amnesty thing.
Yeah, but he also, shit on gay people with the AIDS thing, so he gets a pass from the right, I think.
I guess so.
I think that's how it works. It's it's a barter system where you get to do some stuff that you have to in order to... but you have to be racist or sexist or something like that.
Sure.
It hurts the blacks and low-income people the most.
The blacks.
Because
Yep.
The blacks. What the oh, Jesus Christ.
This is why, and generally speaking, Gen Z is I think the most tolerant, open group of people who, in American history, just like millennials probably were before them, relatively speaking. And I think we get better socially with each generation. But boy, do people like this make me disappointed, because we're still going to have... These people are going to be alive in 60, 70 years, still being pieces of shit.
Yep.
It sucks.
All races, not even just saying the blacks too. It's every single race. Even though legal Hispanics are going to be hurt hard on this.
They're real, because they're going to go steal your jobs. They're going to go steal your housing. What do? They don't care. You just throw you at the side. It's all to get votes at the end of the day. Now you're going to have illegal aliens voting so much more in the elections. Guess who they're going to vote for?
You can't vote in the elections if you don't have a social security number. You can't. That's not how voting works.
No, not true. I voted hundreds of times in all 50 states. So.
Thank you for your service.
It's okay. It's okay. You can tell Sidney Powell. Send my regards.
The Democrats, because
free money,
free
health care, free everything.
It's not free. It's using my tax dollars and the tax dollars of fellow Americans to have health care instead of using it to bomb the Middle East.
Yeah. Well, the document that was sort of was released when Britain instituted its National Health Service back in the late 40s, just after the war. It's a fantastic document, and Aaron Bevan, who's the health minister who did it, he wrote this pamphlet, and it was sent out to every home in the country, and it literally outlines the point you just made there about this is not a charity, You're not being given things for free. You're paying for this by your taxes, and you should demand service, blah, blah, blah. And it's actually really well written. And that's what needs to be drummed into people's head. It isn't free. People aren't asking for free things. They're asking for basic, like, a floor below which no person in the country can sink.
Yeah. I've read that document, too. It was a while ago, but it was very nice.
Yeah.
Because they're not going to come in. They're not going to find a job. Then they're probably going to be allowed to file for unemployment, sit on their rump, and pretty much dig money from the government. Then for the people who are pretty much the stupid ones that are going to be working, are going to be working till they die to support people that could work but are sitting down and not doing anything.
Like the investor class? Oh, wait, no. You're talking about people who immigrate.
No.
Okay.
And that's how it works. Jeff Bezos works 7 billion times more than his employees.
Oh, that makes sense. He does have like the flash powers where he can move at the speed of light, so that does make sense.
He does. And he doesn't even need to piss in bottles because he doesn't have a bladder. So
it's also why he shaves his head for the aerodynamics.
Yeah.
Yep. And let's get into another thing. Ending the travel ban on Muslim terrorist areas. So one thing.
Yikerinos. Also.
Muslim terrorist area. Yeah, the entire nation of Libya is terrorist.
It frustrates me when they bring this up, too, because even when Trump signed that, he specifically said 90 days. We need this for 90 days to like, sort things out, whatever that means. And here we are 4 years later, and it was still a thing. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like, and not just that, but the dishonesty again of them saying it's not a Muslim ban because blah, 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 they're not all Muslims and it's not all Muslim countries or whatever. And that's obviously not really true or honest because Trump literally came out and said, I want to stop Muslims from coming in the country.
Yeah.
Then he got into office, realized, oh, that's illegal. One of his people would have said, that's unconstitutional and will be stopped. So the next best thing, let's ban as many Muslims as we possibly can.
Yeah.
Let's choose these majority Muslim countries. They had, and again, this is where Obama's bad policy on immigration comes into effect again, because they used the same list that Obama had, and so they were able to ban potentially good people from these places from moving. And it's often academics who want to teach Americans, so they go, they actually enhance the quality of America as a country, and religious minorities like Christians and atheists who want to escape barbarism. And you're literally forcing them to have to stay there.
Sure.
The media's been saying, ending the travel ban. That's all they've been putting. But they haven't been saying it was a travel bans from Muslim terrorist areas. Give me one.
Yeah, because that's a fucked up thing to say.
Yeah, they haven't been saying this thing just because it isn't true. Like, ridiculous. Sorry.
Yeah, that's good.
Trump did that. Did you really hear any terrorist attacks going on in America like we were under Obama?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. A month or so ago, a guy suicide bombed himself in front of the AT&T building, and then the terrorist attack on the Capitol on the 6th, which were American citizens, by the way, both times.
Yeah.
So
the Tree of Life synagogue shooting.
Yeah. Las Vegas shooting.
Yeah. A lot of white people.
Yeah.
A lot of white people doing shit.
Maybe we need to start doing something about all these terrorist white people from terrorist white areas.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, obviously I'm not from America. I think all white people need to be banned from entering Britain until we can work out what is going on with these honkies. I mean, really.
I'm in favor.
Extreme vetting of these crackers.
No. Remember all those bombings and everything under Obama from all the Muslims and everything? These terrorist organizations?
Wait, what?
No.
Can't.
Biden first
Did I miss lots of bombings under Obama?
I'm trying to think.
There were loads in the Middle East, but that's that's a much more complicated question. Were there bombings of America?
I think there were a couple attempts. Some people tried to get on like an airplane with different stuff, but like I'm trying to think of successful ones in the United States. What was the Boston bombing? Who did that? No, that was white guys too, right? Was it?
No, well, not white. No, they were from the Southern Caucasus, so they weren't white. They were from, I believe, Russia.
Okay.
Were they? I think, but they were Muslim. They were Muslims, but
Okay, so there was like the one.
Yeah, Chechnya. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna release it. We're gonna let all these terrorists get back in. You want me to tell you one thing too? ISIS is coming back. They're coming right back in Iran.
ISIS has already come back. You stupid. Oh, I'm trying not to swear so much because I don't want it to get demonetized. Anyway, in Iraq, ISIS literally just did 2 car bombings that killed 50 people in central, in the outskirts of Baghdad.
Was that the one that had the footage? I think I saw that. Was that the video?
Yeah. Yeah, it absolutely disgusting. ISIS already made a comeback because Trump just went, "Oh, okay, let's just pull troops randomly from this area and send them." Didn't pull them and send them home. Okay. Sent them to guard oil pipelines in Saudi Arabia. So the Turkish government came in and slaughtered the Kurds, who were the only effective buffer stopping barbarism from taking over that region, and ISIS have already made a comeback, thanks to Trump and his nonsense.
And right back, Israel is screwed.
Oh, they are.
And ISIS is going to be stronger than ever.
Yeah, well, now
Israel are fine. They've got nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
What the fuck are ISIS going to do to them?
Ambassador for Israel is not just for Israel. It's for the Golan Heights and Palestine.
Yeah.
So he has to go all with it and agree with them all. And you know how
they pronounce things interestingly.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the biggest concern with the things he's saying, but Palestine is a really... I've literally never heard it pronounced that way. Okay.
Palestine and Israel having their war right now pretty much claiming which land is theirs, which we know it's Israel's.
Yeah.
Oh God.
No, the Golan Heights are not Israel's. We know that. Jesus Christ! Oh, for fuck's sake! Like, it's a much bigger topic than I think we should. We're trying to have a bit of fun.
I don't touch the Israel thing. I don't want to get washed.
Yes, that's very true. But it's just. They're wrong. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Now going on, now he's going to pretty much have them all 3 on one kind of ambassador. We already know how this is going to end for Israel, and Israel is shitting bricks right now.
Yeah.
And we know how they're probably going to get
They've
back
got
into
nuclear weaponry. They're fine.
Yeah.
Brand deal.
Like no one. Oh, sorry.
Already talking
No,
about it.
I didn't say. No. Sorry to the person in your chat. I didn't say ISIS had nuclear weapons. Israel have nuclear weapons.
No.
In the next couple of days?
That's straight funding. Millions and millions. We know how Obama sent over plane loads of cash,
guns,
paper,
ammo.
That was money. I hate this talking point. That was money that was owed to the government. So they sent cash because it was more convenient than however else they were going to do it. I read an article about it at the time. I don't remember the specifics. But it was money that was owed.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. Again, the dishonesty of these people. They'll say like, "Oh, the Iran nuclear deal, giving billions to Iran." No, that was Iranian money that had been frozen in Western bank accounts. We're not giving them anything. We're allowing them access to their own money.
Cash.
Now, you can argue that's right or wrong. Still, that's fine, but don't lie.
Yeah.
To someone that's screaming "Death to America" on their Capitol Hill, and we're going to fund them. We know that these people in our government now don't love this country.
No.
They have done something horrible.
Biden, and again, I don't necessarily like Biden, but like, he's been a public servant for decades. He was the vice president for 8 years. I'm pretty sure he likes America. Now, his version of America is different than ours because he's a wealthy guy, but like, I'm sure he likes America. Jesus Christ.
Well, this is the straw man they've set up. Unless you agree with their version of hyper-nationalism, you despise America.
Yeah. Very, very gross.
That we all know, and so much people have known, and pretty much our Republicans pretty much bent over and let it happen because they realized that, oh, it was Antifa and Black Lives Matter who went into and stormed.
Also, they're also doing it, so they...
Oh, no, they're on the conspiracy theory thing.
These guys are a smorgasbord of nonsense. They've got a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was Antifa that did it. Okay, but, I mean, if this is being a stolen election, then surely Antifa were doing the right thing by trying to overthrow the wrongful dismissal of Donald Trump from president. So you should be thanking Antifa for doing your job. They tie themselves in knots with nonsense, you know.
Yeah.
can get richer while the American people get poorer.
Mhm.
It's one thing about politics on either side. If they can get money and profit from it, they will do it. So they knew under President Trump they were not making money from other countries. You were standing for America first. So just think about this first day. That was 2 days ago. 17 executive orders of just putting America last. We already know
again.
Biden's already put in, we're getting rid of that America first thing with President Trump. Just think about that for a second. The guy is putting something away. I don't even care if you don't even like the guy, President Trump. Something that says America first. Just think about that. He's trying to get rid of something that says America first.
Okay, so if I write America first on just the worst piece of fucking legislation ever, if I say America first, we're hereby banning all guns, are they going to be okay with that because it says America first somewhere on the paper?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Our little slogans are more important than our policies, damn it.
Yeah, well, exactly, yeah. Well, I had this thing I've been discussing with a friend about reforming the presidential pardon powers, because they're obviously ridiculous, given that Trump abused them in such a disgusting way.
Yeah.
And they quite rightly pointed out that it would take a constitutional amendment, and that's really difficult to pass. That's why there hasn't been one for a while. But I'd say the way to get around that would be for a Democratic president, in this occasion Joe Biden, to just say, in 6 months' time, I'm going to sign a presidential pardon for all black criminals in America. I'm going to release every single black person that's in prison right now. You watch how quickly Republicans pass that amendment to the Constitution in a second.
God, that's like maniacal, just using that shit against them. That's brilliant. Yeah. That's actual 4D chess.
Yeah, you should do that. That would be dope, but he won't, obviously, because that's silly.
Yeah. America first is take care of your own country first, America, and then you can, when that's all settled, then you can go settle and help other countries.
We are all for helping other countries,
yes.
But if you can't help number one, how can you go help others?
Because tell me any other country that goes and helps out everyone else and doesn't help themselves out first. We're the police of the world under the Democrats, and what does that result in? Military almost disappeared under Obama. It's going to happen again.
The military almost disappeared. It's the largest military on the planet, but it almost disappeared because reasons.
Under Obama, you were still spending more than your nearest 4 competitors combined.
Yep.
In terms of spending on the military, but it nearly disappeared. That's like standing next to the fucking Statue of Liberty and saying, "Wow, that's tiny." You know, it's just ridiculous. What are you talking about? This, maybe they have been drinking too much rum. I don't know.
Under Biden.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why the national debt went up by a couple trillions. We had to rebuild the military from freaking scratch.
No. You did a massive tax cut and didn't fund it in any way, and put another, was it 7 trillion or whatever it was, into the military, or 7 billion? Just ridiculous amounts.
Yep.
Oh, these fucking people.
Yep. And one other thing I want to say too is, you know what, the National Guard was about 50,000. It was a lot of troops in Washington D.C. Or 5,000.
50,000 every time. It is. It's. Well, it's probably a racist phrase, but what's called Chinese whispers. Is it the telephone game?
Yeah,
I think in
we
America?
call it the telephone game.
Yeah. It is the telephone game. Oh, it was 25 million. Did you hear about the 30 million? The 35 million that were in DC? Did you hear about the 70 squillion that are in DC right now?
Yeah.
Like, it's farcical.
So everyone, Democrats, perfectly fine with, them going down, protecting the Capitol and all this other stuff. But they weren't okay when there was fire everywhere, when there was broken windows everywhere.
Fire everywhere.
Remember when everything in the country was on fire? Everything, including your house and your parents' house, your dog's house. Everything was on fire. It wasn't just a Wendy's and an AutoZone and some other small areas. It was everything, guys.
Everything, yeah. The Super Bowl was weird that year. Yeah.
It was fun, though. You got to dodge the flames.
It was.
It
was. Fireball!
Added to the challenge.
In some of the Democrat liberal big cities.
Yeah, and remember, they didn't allow any of the National Guard to come in But let's not even get off that from the summer with the BLM burn, loot, murder. Let's get back to the last inauguration.
How have I not heard that one before? You'd
That's
think that would be
genius.
prolific.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, I don't know who they heard that from, but that should be more wide because that's actually really funny. It's dumb, but it's funny.
2017 with President Trump. Antifa, don't forget, they were burning stuff. They were breaking stuff in the street, right on Washington, D.C. Nothing happened there, right? There's no outrage. Wow, look at these people destroying stuff, burning the city and everything.
Yeah, because they were mad about an issue that people actually agreed with, and they weren't trying to overthrow the government.
And also, it worked because Derek Chauvin should have been arrested instantly for the murder of George Floyd.
Sure.
Pretty simple. But nothing was going to happen until things started getting burned. Now, of course, disavow. I'm just saying one thing happened and another thing happened after it.
Yep.
But when we're going out right there and boom, boom, we're having these people, and that's it. But there's no outcry there.
What was that
you guys
sentence?
Hate the police with some things.
What the fuck was that? They go out,
When
they go boom, 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 and that's it. What the fuck does that mean? It's like, did someone shave a chimp and teach it to kind of talk?
We're going out right there and boom, boom, we're having these people, and that's it. But there's no outcry there. But you guys hate the police with some things, and it's just you guys are so mind blown.
Yeah, well, just before that we get up to our wrap up, I was gonna say one last thing for the party. You pretty much know what I'm talking about. Is so against people having guns, and so against the border wall. Just look at this past inauguration. Yeah. They had fences with barbed wires surrounding it.
Right, because of the insurrection attempt.
Yeah, they seem to miss the kind of massive terrorism thing that happened a couple of weeks before.
Right. This is what I'm talking about when I say, like, conservatives are immune from context. They look at superficial elements and compare them and act as if they're equivalent situations. Strange.
Yeah.
They had armed guards surrounding it, so the two big things that they advocate against, they're using for themselves.
And that's the thing.
Think about that.
And one last thing. Before
Also,
we wrap
by their own, again, you just when you're trying to apply their own rules to themselves, the things they say, they tie themselves in knots. Because why would they ignore the context of the terrorist attack when they think, well, they've claimed it was Antifa? So surely all they're doing is protecting elected representatives from Antifa, which would be a good thing.
Cognitive dissonance. It's a hell of a drug.
It is.
this up. Executive order will be coming soon. I would say probably about a month or two, attacking your Second Amendment. When that happens, we'll go a lot more depth into that video.
I doubt it, because if a president tried to unilaterally, like, remove gun rights in any way, basically, the courts would dismantle that, especially considering the makeup of the Supreme Court currently. So that would be a waste of time and paper.
Indeed, yeah. And I have to say, actually, a wider point, but I genuinely not shocked, but surprised, and pleasantly so, by how well the American systems held up under Trump's constant bombardment.
Yeah.
Like, he was genuinely stopped by the courts a lot. The military didn't get on board with his weird coup bullshit. Like, they actually held up pretty well. It's pretty robust. It's, you know, they've been around 250 years. They should have it down, and they did.
He got too far, but I'm glad that there were limits. Even the judges that he appointed were like, what is this trash? So that's good.
He did get too far, and that's because of money. Because I remember the fact, back when The Simpsons was a good show, I remember, but it's still one of my favourite lines. It's so good. When it's like a flashback to when Homer's a kid, and he's talking to his dad, and he said, "Oh, Dad, I want to be president of the United States." And he said, "Don't be stupid. There are systems in place to keep people from you, like you, from becoming president." Which is true, because he's really stupid. But the thing is, Donald Trump had enough money to get around that.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
Or into what they're trying to do. They will be hitting that soon. 100%.
Well, they're going to start hitting. The one thing I think it's going to start really taking effect is in 2022 is when they go after more House seats and more Senate seats, because since they're going to go after the amendment, and they're going to try to get more than the 2/3 that you need. They're going to get more seats.
Yeah.
They're going to take more seats to just get over the 2/3 so they can start going after your amendments.
And they also can still get rid of the filibuster, even with what they have now.
Yeah.
It's all up to Joe Manchin right now.
And then
that's
right
a
there,
Democrat.
then now lead right into stacking the Supreme Court.
Yep, right there. And that's the thing. just think about first day. That's just the executive order's first day.
But hang on, aren't the Republicans put up candidates in more than 2/3 of districts, don't they?
Yeah, but I think they're just saying they think that they'll somehow get a supermajority in the Senate, the Democrats, somehow. I don't think that's the case. I think in 2022, Democrats are probably going to lose seats because Biden's not going to do enough. And I'm sure Republicans, especially Trump Republicans, are probably going to come out in 2022 and vindictively, like, try and, get Republicans in power. But who knows?
That's the thing. There are going to be a lot of distancing now of people from Trump because he's a loser. No one wants the stank of a loser on them, obviously.
Sure.
But he's going to have enough support within the Republican Party, even if it drops to, because it's dropped from like 90 to 70% or something. And it'll probably drop a little bit further because he becomes yesterday's news,
Yeah.
But I think he will still have enough of a controlling stake to be a kingmaker in essence. And I think a lot of people who have distanced themselves, he's vindictive enough that he will try and unseat them, even if it means a Democrat gets in. He doesn't care. He's not a Republican. He's a Trumpian.
Sure. It'll be interesting. There are also rumors he wants to start his own party, so we'll see how that goes.
Oh, please do. Because, I mean, with Trump off the scene, I've been thinking to myself, wow, I might have to actually start working for content. But if he's going to start his own political party, that's going to be amazing because the right are going to be totally split.
It would be interesting because of our first past the post system. It would effectively neuter right-wingers from getting into power, at least nationally, for quite a while. So, I don't know.
Yeah, third party. Yeah, please do a right-wing nader. That's fine. I'm down. I'm here for it, definitely.
Put in a couple more, but not as much as, just the first day. And you already put America down with all Trump's done. So pretty much this day, all the executive orders were just to get rid of what Trump has done.
All of his accomplishments are out the door.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, he was elected to do that.
Yeah.
People who voted for, like, very few people, well, not very few, but I would argue a small percentage of his overall vote was people thinking, yes, Joe Biden's amazing. It was mostly, can we get rid of this dickhead?
Yeah, I would agree. That was his mandate. And also, if all of your accomplishments in 4 years can be wiped out with the stroke of a pen in one day, how big were those accomplishments in the first place?
Yeah, exactly, because they didn't pass any laws.
Yeah.
The only thing he managed to achieve was he went with control of both chambers and obviously himself as the executive branch. He got the Republicans to agree to a massive tax cut for the rich, which is like walking through an open door. Like it's nothing. He achieved nothing.
He couldn't even repeal Obamacare, and that was like a big thing he wanted to do. So,
well, because it's the strangest thing to me. They tried to repeal Obamacare a million times, knowing Obama would just veto it, obviously.
Yep.
And now they had the opportunity, and they didn't have a plan because they'd spent all the time doing stupid repeals rather than coming up with an actual plan they wanted to implement.
Yep.
Mad.
It's stupid because honestly, and this has been discussed before, but like the plan that was the Affordable Care Act was basically taken from a plan Mitt Romney put into place in his state, which is like the marketplace, which I still think is bad. I think it was an improvement on what we had prior. I get my health care through the Affordable Care Act, but like it's still not good. That was the right-wing Republican plan, but Obama did that, so now they have nowhere to go because the right-wing plan was already the one that got put into place. So they just have to be against it because Obama did it. It's very strange.
Because the black guy did it, and therefore it's evil. And that's, again, their whole thing is, he's just being vindictive towards Trump. Motherfucker, what did Trump do when he got in? The first thing he was trying to do was just get rid of all Obama stuff completely. But again, to be fair, people voted for him, at least in part, because they wanted to get rid of Obama's policies. It's a very divided country.
Pretty much, that's what he's trying to do. Destroy America, make America last.
Destroy
talk crap about our country and how bad it is and how racist it is and white supremacy and tell
you literally in this video said you think the majority of people from Mexico are like sexual assailants and murderers. Yeah, you're doing the thing right now.
Yeah, America's not racist. Now listen to me ramble on about the blacks.
Other countries, pretty much how bad America is.
That was the most decisive kind of...
Do they mean divisive?
Inauguration speech I've ever heard.
Who knows? Panderlings.
Just talking about white supremacy. Guys, don't forget, yeah, there's hate. At the end of the day, you have black supremacy, you have Mexican supremacy, you have people
Hang on. Whoa. Well, if you're not a white supremacist, why are you offended by him saying we're going to take on white supremacy?
Yep.
It's not an issue.
Nope. I've never once seen a Mexican supremacist, by the way, which wouldn't even be, I assume he means like a Latino supremacist or something. Whatever.
I don't know. White people are the real oppressed minority. We know this.
There's so much more oppression, too, because there's so many more white people to be oppressed.
True.
The oppressed majority. I hate it. I hate it so much.
And you know what that is? Called evil.
And you have white supremacy too.
Yes.
That's evil. Every single ethnic group, every single race has a hate group in them.
They do.
And that's just nature.
Yes. And if you have any hate,
look at the flag behind
you.
That's
all.
true. Yeah.
It's just pure evil. But the problem is they just try to put white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. You have all these...
Because that's the one that's an actual threat?
Yeah. I mean, again, please do tell me the last president that was a Latino supremacist.
These other issues.
I don't know, like maybe Chester A. Arthur or something, but you know, who knows? Martin Van Buren did like the blacks.
Countries.
You know, it's nonsense.
But you guys, I never heard anyone ever say black supremacy.
Oh wait,
so
what is Bernloo Moomer?
Bernloo Moomer, the black supremacist group, because they put their fist up and say black power. Let me tell you this: if a white person put their fist up and said white power, what is that?
Oh no, again. Context again.
Yeah, I was about to say, their worst enemy context. Hove's interview once more.
Tell me. White supremacy, racist, KKK clan.
Wait, that's the Democrat.
The KKK clan? The Ku Klux Klan clan.
The KKK. Yeah.
That party.
Yep. No. Right there. But if you enjoy this video, don't forget to subscribe, like, comment, and have a blessed day.
How much did they practice doing that outro simultaneously?
Yeah. They should have learned to, you know, construct other sentences too.
It's the only time they feel in sync at all during their videos. Like,
yeah,
they feel disjointed. Like they have no chemistry. They have no ability to work off each other or know when the other one has like concluded a thought. It's so weird.
Well, it's because it's not often that they have thoughts, so it's not really it's not an issue for them, I don't think.
Okay. Oh. I think that's probably it for today. I'm tired.
Yeah. No, that's fair enough. It's been emotional.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll leave you to do your bits, messages, and all the rest of it. And I'll get.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. It was fun. It was fun.
This was fun. Yeah. Yeah. To everyone, go and subscribe to Hannah Reloaded. The same name on both Twitch and YouTube.
Go ahead and subscribe to KFLogan1875 on Twitch and Kevin Logan on YouTube.
Thank you very much. And yeah, peace out.
Yeah, thanks. See you later.
Okay. Bye.
Well, that was fun. Let me get my window capture going, and we will do bits messages and stuff, and then we'll raid someone. How's that sound? Oof, I gotta fix this now. Yikerinos. I should just delete that window capture and redo it completely. Window capture. And source. There we go. Now we just gotta get it behind that thing. Do do do. Do 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 do. There we go. Back to normal. All right, let's do these bit messages, and then we're gonna raid someone. Super Mega Name, thank you for following. J.S. Chadwald, thank you for following. Gray Eon Wannabe, thank you for following. Ghetto Kanye with 50 bits. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this. A tier briefing on Buffalo Hat Guy meme here. Okay, I can't click on it because it's so far back in the chat. Yeah, I can raid Squid. Well, I gotta do these first. Cosmic Drac, thank you for following. MS M Scheffler 720, thank you for following. I'm glad you got home safe, by the way, Baha. Hard Revenge, thank you for subscribing. No One Cares Now, thank you for following. No One Cares Now, thank you for subscribing. W Inky, thank you for following. That XY Girl with 30 bits. Would you like a biology lesson on why O is a universal donor? Oh, it's a little late, but thanks for the offer. Samurai Pirate Jesus, thank you for following. Dread Pirate Mick with 50 bits. Everyone with any European ancestry shares an ancestor who lived circa 1400 CE. Windchanter with 20 bits. You might say Joe Biden pulled off the crime of the age. I wonder if he likes carrots. Oh god, it's been a long time since I had a reference to that movie. Trans Queen of Salt. And these are the same people who say that the person was only hired because he was a POC. Yeah. Main Captain, thank you for following. Cupcake Chaos with 50 bits. Murdoch has no mouth, only a gaping maw. Kezbox, thank you for following. Enreath with 30 bits. We encased the man in stone when he died. What are you talking about? That is Lincoln. You couldn't find out, Kevin. Melted Snowcaps, thanks for the $3. New to stream, you look lovely today. Thank you. Stone Corbell with 20 bits. These guys have a very high middle schooler giving a book report energy. Oh boy, I can't pronounce that. It's a smattering of letters. Thank you for following and hosting. The Distant Red with 20 bits. You can smell breathable air. Bam, more monies, more economy. Unagi89, thank you for following. Towing24 says, it was never $4 under Obama. That was under W because he invaded an oil-producing country for no good reason, you child. Cadams, thank you for resubscribing. Tunada11 Inca, thank you for resubscribing. Argonian Bum, thank you for gifting subs. B-Silver94 says, Hannah, you look stressed. I'm always stressed. Here's the link. Okay.
Million slaves, men, women, and children, and most of the time they're sex slaves, and they are kept in cages. Okay? We have to end all of that, and we are ending all of that here in Arizona. By taking Arizona back, we are ending it on a global scale because Arizona, Phoenix, is #2 in the world for human and child trafficking. So when we bring it down here, and we will, when we end the corruption in Arizona, and we will, when we take Arizona back, and we will, we're going to take America back, and we're going to change the world because we will have ended the child sex trafficking and the human trafficking going on here.
Blocky Boy, thank you for following. The Distant Red, completely unrelated to anything, but I recently discovered Dr. McGillicuddy's cherry liqueur, and it's my favorite thing ever. Not familiar. The Progressive American, thank you for following. Julie Not Funny, thank you for following. Dr. Xanadu with 20 bits says, Choo Chewing the Ultimate Nug. Screw the $15. It would have been a nice 4 to 6 years ago, but now with all this inflation, it needs to be 20. I would tend to agree. Enreath, thank you for subbing. Or gifting subs. Okot, thank you for following. Bymancer with 200 bits, thank you. Raider363, thank you for following. The Creeping Darkness says Elon Musk's Prager video about California Exodus. Oh no, he did a Prager video? Jesus Christ. Gray Skull 89, thank you for following. Nil Magnifico, thank you for following. Tiny Torts, thank you for following. Love Will 1, thank you for following. Daddy Sume says, wait, Hannah, cleanse before you go.
Well, hey there, folks.
Oh god, nope. Nope, no. Can't do that one on Twitch. Can't do that one on Twitch, guys. Wing the Ultimate Nug with 20 bits. All of this is why Aliens quarantined us. Janet Peace, thank you for following. Admiral Peace, thank you for following. Nope, I just read that, sorry. Admiral Meatwad, thank you for following. Noble Nova, thank you for following. Bodehagen, thank you for following. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. I came for the last 2 minutes of the stream. WTF, Hannah. It's okay. I know you didn't do it intentionally, Daddy Sume. It's just a little... It's an animal part, but I think it's questionable considering Twitch's TOS on stuff like that. Ozma J, thank you for following. Habitual Dodo with 1,000 bits. Hannah, I didn't mean to interrupt the stream. I just wanted to show my cockatoo friend I just adopted. She's a citron-crested cockatoo named Dana that I've been working with for about half a year. I'm so excited and I wanted to share her with you in chat. I can't click the link, but if you post it again, I'll take a look. AshyBoo74 says, bye, Hannah. Hope you have a restful rest of your day. Thank you. Dr. Xanadu with 20 bits. Have a good rest of your morning. And then Daddy Sume with that link. Ghetto Kanye with 200 bits. Good night, Hannah. Great stream. Whew! We did it. We did it, folks. Oh, it's so cute. Okay. It's time for a raid. Let's see. Squid. We shall do squid. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming to the stream. It was a lot of fun. I'll be back. What's today? Sunday? I'll be back tomorrow for Chud Watch. We've been doing lots of Chuds lately, but we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe, because we've been doing a lot of political Chuds, maybe we'll do like a MGTOW Madness Monday or something, and it'll all be sort of those MGTOW people. Who knows? Either way, I'll be back tomorrow. So I hope to see you then. Have a wonderful evening, everyone. Chat is valid as always, no matter who you are. Have a good night.